I just like hitting the gavel once.
That was very authoritative.
Yeah, I don't like it. Anyway, all right, so call to order, starting with roll call. Start at one end.
Susan Stanish.
Corbett Henninger.
Ron Sommer.
Corey Oxner.
Todd Bergerson.
John Bain.
Sarah Miller.
And
Allison James, town staff.
Neil Shaw, town board.
And my understanding is Dan is absent tonight, excused. So therefore, with the next, we'll look at the agenda. Tonight, we're going to look at, we have a presentation first, and then we'll look through the weed and pest management program, touch base on PROSTAC conference, vision plan, and the Toll Brothers is our last piece on there. And then just some updates on where we are as we head forward. So with that, any adjustments to that? Anyone have anything? Oh, do you want to?
Review. Yep.
Yeah, at the very bottom. Yep. Just keep doing that. Perfect. And with that, we will move to public comment.
Just a quick comment. When we get to the discussion on Toll Brothers, I'll excuse myself. Just part of the quasi-judicial process review of the future Toll Brothers application.
So did we want to just do the updates ahead of the Toll Brothers discussion then? This should be really quick. We can do that. Perfect. Okay. So moving forward then, public comment. Yep. Just step up and state your name.
And can you sign
Is there
in with your address?
Yeah, something to sign in. Public comment first and then presentation.
Okay, starting now. I'm Teresa
Yep.
Clark.
Go ahead.
And I live on East Wiggin Street. And nothing that I'm going to say to you is a secret. Most of it was addressed in public comment last night at the Planning Commissioners meeting regarding what you all call Tract H. It was a component of the proposal of the Toll Brothers FDP. So I'm here tonight to provide you with some historical context of how we got to where we are. In 1997, a group of citizen activists got together to oppose the development within the STC. And as you know, that opposition was quasi-not or maybe successful. It's hard to tell based on what it is now. But one of the byproducts of that community activism was there was a petition that had almost, if you speak to original citizens in our community, it had almost 1,000 signatures on it. And that petition is what drove the 1998 annexation agreement. So there was enormous community support that provided for the natural area, as noted in sections 9 and 10, the natural area, which is also called the wildlife corridor, which has also been called the residential buffer, which is now called Tract H. The purpose of this then 250-foot natural area was to provide a wildlife corridor for the peregrine falcons, the other raptors, the prairie dogs, the coyotes. There used to be elk that came down that corridor as well. It was never intended to be a park. And for it to be considered as a park now, for that hard-earned tract of land by the 1,000 residents that came before us, is kind of, in my opinion, it's a betrayal of those in the community that put their hard work and time into preserving it as a wildlife corridor. And it's also a betrayal of the homeowners that along that road that purchased their houses and valued their houses dependent on that piece of property being a wildlife corridor as entitled to them by the annexation agreement of 1998. And just a reminder for you guys, the annexation agreement is actually an ordinance. It's not a resolution. So it's the same type of law, like you ever notice when you get a speeding ticket, it says you're in violation of ordinance XQP, certain amount over the speed limit. This is the same type of law. So I'm hoping that when you consider a park there, that you'll stop considering a park there, because there was a lot of community support to keep that a natural area. And what I worry about the most is we had big community angst and aggravation with each other during the Weldona closure. We had the police called over the proposed park in Riverbend. And it is my opinion that by proposing a park there will only increase the community animosity, because there are a lot of people historically that work to preserve that as a natural area and a wildlife corridor. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Next, please state your name, and if you could fill that out before or after, that'd be
Absolutely.
great. Thank you.
So it's Sonia Critton. I'm at 685 East Wigan Street. So again, I also back up to this area that's under discussion. As you know, I was probably very involved when the developer got a little greedy and dug out the buffer zone. And then after 30 days, Terry's got an engineering degree. My master's degree is from an engineering school. Nobody would listen to us. I got my husband, who's an engineer, to finally get somebody to respond. So $7 million later, digging up the buffer zone, putting it back, somebody finally listened. My hope is we don't make those kinds of mistakes again, where we have to bring lawsuits against the town to make things happen. So there's an expression in pickleball, and I'm gonna make a transition here. When somebody hits something really high and you slam it, you're getting greedy. Well, I just looked at that Toll Brothers. I can't, all I can say is, who is getting so greedy that you have to fill in every single solitary square inch of property and make it that dense and have the height way above the VSA from everything I can analyze? I think they have a huge problem with VSA, and I've seen other communities have to take the roofs off when they violate it. So just because they made pretty pictures for you, that's from their perspective. We need to have our own people look at that. So somebody's getting really greedy. What's wrong with saying, okay, instead of filling up 100% of every square inch, how about you put something really pretty in the middle of that and have a park in the middle of that? Because you're not allowed to put it in the wildlife corridor. So why not suggest to them, before they start getting too far down the road, that they actually put something beautiful in? And as a developer and in real estate, I can tell you that they actually will probably have a profitability ratio by decreasing their density, which will be the same as if they fill in every square inch and make it look like a bunch of tenements. So, having a park in the middle, they actually end up benefiting them, fewer units, but they can get higher price per square foot. So if you guys can give them some of that guidance, it might be helpful. So my transition to pickleball is, I know you guys are going to talk about Area 15. What all communities are doing now is looking at something that's more in the 12 court. If we can have the ability to have 12 courts, we can have people come from all over the country and make this a stop for different tournaments. So just like the arguments we had with the ice rink, we can bring people in and make this actually a destination. There's certainly enough acreage there. It's the fastest growing sport in the United States. We've got local experts at the 5.0 national level to coach and be involved in this. Right now, Patrick was involved, and now he's gone, in looking at pickleball at Autry Park. I don't think logistically we're going to have the ability at Autry Park to make this ever a destination. We might be able to squeeze 6 in there, but to have real tournaments, you need at least 12. So I'm playing for charity for veterans this weekend, both doubles and mixed doubles. We have 24 courts down in Arvada, and it's packed every time I go down there. 24 courts, and we have people waiting. And we're going to have we have people coming from all over the country this weekend. So, and in fact, we've got a home in Grand Lake. They're building 24 courts up in Granby to attract people from all over the world in the summers that are coming through Rocky Mountain National Park to stop, bring their $500,000 RVs and play pickleball. So it's a wonderful investment if you want to bring a new demographic. And I know we already have 16 play areas. How about a play area for those of us who are over 55? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, with that, we will close public comment and move into the J Eagle Scout presentation or proposal, whichever one it is.
So do you want me to
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
All right. Hi, I'm Jay Beither, and this is my Eagle Scout presentation. I'm a member of Troop 278 also. What it is I am going to be putting signs up in Community Park that have mileage on them. And this will consist of a couple main signs and some minor signs also. The purpose of this is to put signs throughout the park. So for say you're walking through the park and you wanna travel 2 miles. You can travel to one of the starting locations, and then once you get to the starting location, there will be a sign there for say, and you can see and say, hey, if I get to this X sign, I can go back, and that will be my 2-mile loop. Also, I am a dog walker, and I normally want to walk my dog minimum amount of miles that I have to do. So that's usually about 1 mile. So when I go down there, I want to just be in and out as quick as possible. So when I'm down there, I'll be like, I wonder how far is 1 mile? And with this, it will show you, if you go to this sign, it's half a mile out. The plan is to have a couple separate marked paths running throughout the community park area from spot A to spot C on the map. These trails will consist of main signs which have maps on them that show the entire course of the trail, and minor signs which are other places to get in to the park from any other outside area. And these will have minor signs showing which direction you have to go to get to one of these main signs. And these main signs will be put at all the parking lots down inside the community park. These are a couple places where I want to put the signs. These places may change with stuff that may pop up, but I want to put them in these areas. The types of signs. I was wondering what type of sign would be best for here. Is like a sign with mileage on it would be best, or a sign that's metal on wood would work good too, or one with like arrows on it. The logistics I have is I will send out 2 to 3 groups of people to locations throughout when I am doing putting in the signs, and I will have one older scout or older person to help manage that area when I'm not there and make sure it's in a safe environment. The cost I estimate is between $1,500 and $2,500, and I will be asking the community in the local magazine about helping fundraise. The time I estimate it will take is about 4 separate days of 4 hours of work, and this is just time for putting in the signs. The timeline of events I had is I had to come up with the idea, then I proposed it to my scout leader or scout master, and when he accepted it as a good idea, I got to practice to a small scout meeting and propose to them, and they thought it was a good idea. And then I got to propose to the parents, and they all thought it was a good idea. So now I'm here, and I'm proposing to the town. Next, I will propose to the leader of the Eagle Scout Management in the Longs Peak Council. And then after that, I will have to raise funds and execute the project. Future maintenance of the markers, I intend to give a role or talk to the troop about looking back into these markers every year or so to make sure they're in nice shape and they are not like rotting or the paint might not be peeling. Safety issues I had to consider while doing this is sunburns, concrete in the eye, and like scrapes. For most of these, I would supply the proper material or materials that they might need. So in case there is concrete in the eye, I would have a first aid kit, but to make sure this doesn't happen, I would supply safety goggles, and same with sun protection, I would supply sunscreen. A couple questions I have is, what color does this wood on the sign have to be and the sign itself have to be? How deep would the holes have to be to put the concrete into them? Where is the sprinkler layout chart that I could find so when I'm digging the holes I don't hit a sprinkler pipe? And what materials do the maps have to be on? Thanks for listening. Oh, questions?
Questions? Questions from the group? Go ahead.
Okay.
So I really liked your presentation. I think it's a great idea. You know, there might be some other ideas I think some folks will throw out, and you should listen very carefully to that. One thing that hit me is I do know runners, and so highly accurate measurements are probably better than approximate measurements.
Okay.
It would be good to figure that out. I've known people that said, hey, this course is 3 feet long and have to run it a bunch of miles. So anyway, I would keep that in mind. And I think you did a very nice job, and thank you for coming to us today.
Thank you.
The first question that came to my mind is, I think it's a great idea, like you said, and I think you did a good job, but I have a watch and a phone that tell me all this information, and most people have a phone with them. Is it needed? Are we trying to solve a problem that we don't have?
I think that it is needed because some of the younger generation may not have these things at their disposal to use, so the younger generation might want to use it also.
And if you're walking, you may not always carry your phone with you.
Yep, okay. So you had asked questions about, what material does the sign need to be printed on or the map need to be printed on as far as graphics and fonts and what the maps look like and all of this. There's probably a step in your process there of vetting what the artwork needs to actually be, as well as what the signs should be printed on. But there's a lot of questions there, and I think that kind of goes back to something we talked about a while ago, was wayfinding and just signs in general on the trails. And is this something, as good of an idea as it is, that should be tied into that?
That's what I kind of had on my list too.
Or should it be something that is useful enough that, and it's a good idea and someone else pay for it, so hey, let's let it happen, right? And it might take us forever to come up with the wayfinding anyway. So with that said, you never know, I guess, but just something to think about there. And then the other thing was, at nighttime, riding your bike, running, safety issues, are these going to be reflective? How do we protect people from them? Are they going to break off if someone runs into it with a bike? What's the safety issues there? Not for the safety of the scouts putting them in, but the people that are riding their bike at night off the trail for some reason.
I think that'd be a good thing to look into, but maybe do reflective tape or reflective paint along the signs if the signs allow that to happen.
Did you want to get more?
No, I think it's a great idea and good effort in putting this all
Here
together.
we're working our way down.
I'm working the way through.
All right. I thought it was a very good presentation. Thank you for presenting it to us. A couple questions I have are just things for you to think about. So along with Todd, one of the things that you might want to consider is, and I don't even know which group is doing this right now. I'm sure we talked about it, but one of the advisory groups, I think, is looking at interpretive signs in that area. So it might be something that you could do in conjunction with what they're doing to supplement what they're doing about interpretive signs. So they're looking at signs to say, if you look at this, and these are the type of birds in this area that are there, and oh, by the way, you're 3/4 of a mile out. So maybe something that you could do in conjunction with them. You might want to reach out, and I don't even know who would that be who's looking at those interpretive signs.
I don't know about the interpretive sign part. Sometimes Historical Commission does the interpretive signs, but I do know there is a wayfinding effort, I think, with safety and transportation.
Okay, so maybe you want to reach out to them, because maybe you could supplement what they're trying to do as part of your project to help them. Then the other question I had, and what made me think about this was, I believe the disc golf that we have in that area, I want to say that started off as one of those things over in the Archie Park area, started off as an Eagle Scout project. I believe it was the disc golf, and it ended up being that the city started taking care of the maintenance of that. I know you said that you addressed part of that as your concern, that the signs would be, but that's to view them, but there's some financial cost if you have to replace signs. So to consider, how would you financially be able to have the signs replaced if you're raising funding now to build the signs? What in perpetuity are you putting in place to allow that somebody to go through and say the sign needs replaced, that they would have the financial means to be able to replace that sign, if it's $100 or $200 or whatever it is that you put in place? Just kind of consider that in your proposal as well.
Okay.
Other than that, I thought you did a great job. It's one of these things where you don't really think you need until it's there, and then it's fun to have. So
Thank you.
Hi, I think you did a great job, and I think it's a great idea. Have you been to Founders Park, where there are actual markings on the actual pavement to show how much you've run when you run around Founders Park? And are you dead set on signs as opposed to possibly just putting it on the pavement? And that's already kind of been done, so it's the layout, the groundwork's kind of been done for you.
That would be something to look into for sure. Might be worth going into deeper looking into for that one.
So that was my suggestion. Instead of having to dig holes and avoid sprinkler lines, you can just spray paint it on the sidewalk, and maybe different colors for the different parking lots that are zeros or something like that, but you run with it.
Okay.
you can make it challenging enough by using a sextant to kind of map out the distance.
So I guess I have a different opinion, just in the fact that I think it's great that you're bringing forth something that you would provide through your community outreach, to provide something as a great amenity to the town. And that potential could be translated from, like you said, there is something at Founders, but is there a better way to do it? Can you put it on a rock or something that's a little small piece? Can it be stood up a foot, 2 feet? What is it? What's the best way to do it? And that's, I think, the hardest part, that it would be just the approval process of understanding what the implications are from a maintenance standpoint. Because if you're providing it and you get an established system, we don't have one, it could expand from community park to, hey, I want to go to Purple Park. And where's the path along the way, and how do I continue to have a similar, somewhat mileage marker? But also there could be other signs that we've continued to talk about with wayfinding, and how could it integrate with other things, just like you see on a hiking trail where you're on X trail and you're at mile 0.25 or mile 1. There's other ways to continue, and I think that's part of just getting the approval through. But I think it's a great idea, and if you have a proposal of this type of sign, this color, those type of things, I think, we can definitely work with you and work with the town to get that approved and be able to allow you to put something in. And then maybe we can expand that as a community later on in the future, and not just be, you started the project and it's been great, and how can we carry that forth? So there's just a few pieces there. I appreciate the proposal, and I love the fact that, you're willing to put put forth that effort to come and, put those signs in, because, we talk about wayfinding, but until we have a funding source and somebody willing to, step up and put that sign in, those are the type of things that are always on the list. So having this ability, and if you could, continue to, it sounded like the cost would be fairly reasonable, a couple hours to put in a sign. It seems like more of what is the sign exactly is the issue, not putting it in every mile, because that's the easy part, honestly.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, and Allison?
Just one quick thing to mention also, a few years ago, one of our scouts doing one of these projects put in orienteering markers on a lot of our existing signage in Community Park. I don't know if you're aware of that, but another thought may be somehow to integrate the existing signs and, like the other project did, if there's a way to use existing signs to where we're not adding more signs, because we do have snow plowing and things like that, maintenance-wise, we have to work around and keep them in good condition. So that might be another option.
I'm sure a mountaineering sign isn't, orienteering, sorry. The orienteering sign isn't at the exact mile marker location for our runners. But we could work on that.
There is a good point, which you made me thinking, is that one of the things you also want to consider with this project is, what could you leave in place? Everything we've done in life is built on the shoulders of other giants. So what could you do with this project that somebody could build on or take the next step on for their project, their Eagle Scout project? How can you contribute so that somebody could take the torch and build upon it for the next time? Kind of like what Allison was saying from the orienteering thing. Can we look at what folks have done in the past and also grow from that?
Okay.
So you got a lot of different opinions. I guess my question to you is, it seemed like this is a project that you want to pursue and move forward on. With all the comments and everything, do you feel like you have a good understanding of what you may be able to move forward with to complete the project? I mean, for me, it's just the approval of, is it blue or is it red? Or is it yellow or, whatever?
What's
Is
next?
it a rock? Is it a post? Is it something that's already there? So just asking you if, we have a lot of different opinions here, and what do you take from that?
I think that it is something that could and for sure will need something else on to further enable or provide that the signs will be what specific sign it will need. And from that, I think that's it.
Let me ask you a different one. Where do you go from here? What is your next steps that you intend to do to go from here to advance your project?
From here, I was gonna see if it got accepted here, and then from there, I was gonna go to the Eagle coordinator to see if I could get it accepted through him.
So you're looking for PROSTAC to accept the proposal or the town to accept it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because for me, I like the proposal, the intent of it. It's just the specifics of it
Right.
is where the questions lie. Like you had a list of questions at the end, and I think those are what you were looking for answers from us on. And can you go back a slide just to even some of those? Because I think you even said, like, what color does the sign need to be? And I don't think we answered that.
No.
Because I don't think we have a direct answer. I think we could
I think that's
live
probably
with
town
various
staff,
colors,
actually. That may be more town staff answering some of those questions.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Go back again, Jay, to your actual signs.
Oh, signs.
There you go.
So, if I may,
Please.
as we've talked with Jay a little bit about it, if you understand, so I'm Mark Gustabauer. I'm Scoutmaster for Troop 278 for Atlantic thing.
Yes.
Please.
Okay.
So as Jay presented this to us and we talked about it, these were things, he found a few different signs that he liked. He wanted the town to tell him what they thought. He doesn't just want to go and jump into something that all of a sudden the town's, more often than not, people are going, oh, I don't like that. You always remember the thing that you see and you don't like. So I think that's one of the things that he was kind of looking for some guidance on tonight,
right?
Yes.
So he's got an idea, and each of us likes the different signs, and each of us says, well, this one would work really, really well. The one on the end there with the user must stay on the trail, you know, that's one that if there's something there, you could add to, if there's one like that, right? One's like the area closed with the metal, that's gonna be a little bit more maintenance friendly, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of what Jay is wanting to know. So wayfinding, I have a question for you. Wayfinding, what are we talking about? What is it? What is?
Well, and from my perspective, I mean, this is just my opinion. The second sign seems like it has the opportunity to put a lot of different things on it, and to, without knowing the name of the trail today, you could put on a wayfinding name on that second sign. Plus, the second sign allows for a permanence with, like you said, digging a hole, putting a post in a certain depth. You know, we want to see you dig over 36 inches around here just to see if you can do it. So
Get rid of snap at night.
I've put in posts around here. They're not easy. So, I mean, you know, but it has a permanence, but it also has, as Allison stated, there's also, you can see it off the trail, but when mowing, when clearing snow, et cetera, is it, 5 feet off the trail? Is it 1 foot off the trail? Those type of things are all in the specifics, but that one I feel like you could easily put the green side be a mile marker. You can put the name of the trail below. There's other signage that you could put on there and add to. So I think there's flexibility with that, but this is my opinion. And I think that, as a committee or as a town, we'd have to work through those details with you on exactly what the sign is. But from a proposal standpoint and marking this trail and every mile, so you say you have 3 or 4 signs and this is the type of sign we want to put in, we could work with town staff and continue to help you advance that to get the final detail.
Yeah, I mean,
Opinions?
Allison, maybe you can chime in on this a little bit. I mean, I would think that the next steps for him to take would be to work with town staff to say, if they were to do something like this, what would town staff require? What would the town require into what Corey was saying? How deep, how far? Is there any guidelines on signs? So they can so that they can kind of put the little bit better of a more specific proposal together, and then come back and get a PROSTAC recommendation that can go to, I'm assuming this goes to board for approval, or who approves putting these in. But I'm assuming that they would have to work with your team to figure out the specifics of what the town requires if someone did some of this, and then to us for approval too, so they can go to the board, and maybe Neil can chime in on that as well.
Yeah, I think that sounds correct. But also, I know that there's been a wayfinding project and efforts for the last few years being worked on, including PROSTAC has been a part of it. OSAC has been a part of it.
I still don't.
Wayfinding is where people can utilize trails and infrastructure to get to different points, which is like signage.
Where you are and where you want to go.
Yeah.
And it's mileage, and it's
Purple
also
Park,
on the,
1 mile.
But that's,
it could be signage, it could be on your concrete, like they were alluding to earlier. And so there is this big project, and there's standards being, decided, and so it's a cohesive plan, and not just with the town, but with other municipalities around us. So it's a really big conversation. And so I think that would be definitely a part of what this could be.
Allison, can you help us understand who all the players in that big conversation are?
I'm snickering because I'm not quite sure either. But I do want to say, Jay, thank you for coming in here. This is a fantastic sounding project. Notwithstanding the fact that I've got GPS, phones, and everything else, I would love to be able to go out and send somebody out there and say, hey, go find Purple Park, and not get them lost. And what I would also love to see as part of your proposal is there's obviously what you would want to do, and there's all this more part that could happen, as we've talked about, how do you sustain this? There's 6 or 9 signs that you were talking about. What are the other 20 signs that the town could build upon this? Once we pick a format.
There's a lot more scouts after Jay.
Awesome. So, as you think about your legacy, and like this starts with just, the handful of signs that you you cite and you put in, what are the rest of them, or where are some of the other ones that you would think could go? Because this isn't something that we have, and I think your slide after this one, I think is great because it kind of highlight, no, I'm sorry, go back, go down one. Yeah, just go down one more, yeah. Oh, man, slide 5. Slide 5. That one.
This one.
So, as you look at that, you see we've got like 3 different types of signposts. We've got the dog poo-poo one, that's the brown. We've got the map of the water flow is a yellow sign. Then you got the metal stake by the tree. We don't have a common standard, So I think that's what we're struggling with here because we don't know what the process is. And I think if nothing else, Jay, you're going to force us to decide on the standard. And between PROS and PROSTAC and the board, I think this is going to help us define a common standard that we can use. And I think, Corey, you pointed out to one that you kind of liked. I kind of liked it too. So.
I mean, it's just kind of more of a generic, has a lot of flexibility and ability to make modifications and add pieces. And, from my standpoint, it just comes down to, we can't really approve it, but we can help guide you, and that allows us flexibility and would give you something to say, here's the locations, here's a type of sign, here's what it would entail. And if that comes back, one of the other things, we talked about wayfinding. I think one of the other things we found is that there are so many trails and so many different routes, different ways to go. It's really hard to say I'm on trail 1 or 2 or 3 or, this is the Purple Park Trail. Well, it's really, I call it the Colton Trail. I call it, you picked one in Community Park that really is along, Colton, and therefore it is one major trail. And then the offshoots is where we continue to spiral when discussing wayfinding. And some people don't even know the names of parks because they're like Circle Park. It's the one with circle in the concrete, So, those are the type of things where having this and this proposal, as Neil said, just kind of pushes us along in helping make a decision and allowing you to potentially move forward for the betterment of the community.
And so Jay, some of this is my personal opinion, and some of this just thinking out loud, but I want you to think about a few things. I personally would like to encourage you. This is a good project. You should stick with it. You can see that there's going to be some coordination involved. I think you should also consider the possibility that your project may end up not be physically going out and pounding posts into the ground, but may well be coming up with a standard to work with the town and be like locations or spots or, how many signs you would want in this park and how far apart and where they might start. If you use existing signs, you're not going to get even quarter-mile or half-mile marks. They would be sort of where they are. So I think even a plan and the coordination with the town to come up with a standard might be enough for an Eagle project. So don't be fixated on putting a piece of wood or steel in the ground. I think paint on the sidewalk is a beautiful idea. I think the rocks are a fantastic idea. A ceramic tile on the concrete that might last for many years, like a pool 5 feet deep kind of sign. Any of those could really work for you, but you're going to have to think cleverly and stick with it. But what can we do as a committee to encourage him? Do we ask him to come back next month with some other things and then send him to the town, or what? How can we help?
Yeah, I think there's a question because I'm not sure how your Eagle Scout project works because PROSTAC meets once a month, the board meets every other week. At what point are we so far gone into your schedule that you can't change? We want to be receptive to how quick can we give you information. I think hopefully you've got a lot tonight to go back and work with. And one thing you will find working with government is we all have a bunch of opinions, and the best you can get is our opinions until you bring a proposal. And when you come in and say, this is what I really think we should do after talking to the staff, and this is kind of what we've decided is probably the best way to go, that's where you'll try to drive the alignment. And then maybe between now and the September meeting, working with Allison and maybe a board member or two, I think we can probably get you in the right direction to bring a proposal in. Because I think we've got a lot of ideas on what might work for signposts, and I think we're going to have questions with pro staff in terms of maintenance and upkeep.
Can I ask a question about the sidewalk spray painting? So I noticed that right in front of, at the intersection where our house is, they have the look on the, and from my understanding, it was a Girl Scout troop that did it last year, or a Brownie troop.
It was the CAPS committee.
Yeah, it was the cultural committee, our town's cultural committee.
Oh, because I was gonna then say, I just saw they redid it, like the town of Superior.
So the town staff went ahead and repainted those.
And repainted and
Yeah.
added another intersection,
Yeah.
but I was thinking if that was saying that the longevity of that, if it started with the scouts, does that then get pushed over to the town? Not that I'm saying it should, but I wasn't sure what currently is done, because
Well, that's what happened with the Frisbee golf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't, the Frisbee golf course was put in by scouts, I believe, and now the maintenance of like just mowing and things like that out there are kind of onto the town.
Yeah.
Because the infrastructure was put in, and now it's just, and that's where we talk maintenance and longevity of it.
Right.
And like you said, with even the painting project, the painting was done, but that's where you get into applying paint on the concrete. It only lasts so long, and once you're driving over it or, cleaning it, driving whatever bikes, it wears. So that's where the longevity is, that you put all this time into it, but it doesn't maintain. And therefore, that's where some of the signs, as you said, a metal sign would be great, but a wood sign needs a little more maintenance, but it may have more flexibility to, put the signage on. So,
Okay.
do you need anything else from us? Do you feel like you can go, continue moving forward and working on your project? And, if you need help from the staff or others, we're here to help if we can.
I feel I have enough to work on for now till probably next meeting.
Okay.
Can I ask one, it's this project, and I really have, I've just seen the full thing now, because the parents aren't supposed to do anything at all, and so I believe in that mantra, and I really haven't done anything, but one of the questions that I know, he took pictures of those signs, because those were just ones that he saw out and about, and I think one of the questions that he really had was, is there a set of parameters that you guys had that limit the type of sign? Each of you gave your personal opinion as to which one you like, but does the town of Superior Parks Department have that he has to follow?
Well, I think this slide picks up on that, is we don't. We don't. No, we haven't tried to standardize, because, everything, this town is like any other town, it just kind of grows. And, like our trail systems are just kind of, they've been established. And now I think we're at that point of, maturation where, standardized signs would be perfect. And, no one's even asked a question. So I think this would be great.
There's also, we have a transportation plan, and Transportation and Safety Committee has been working on design and a standardization, I think, for wayfinding over the years. I'm not sure in what part of the stage they're in, but that might be something I can help you with.
Okay.
Can I just ask Jay, what is your timeline for needing to get done with this project?
So, all in all, I have to get it done by the age of 18.
Okay.
The age of 18.
And that gives you how much runway?
Just over a year.
Okay.
That's one thing I keep in mind.
as well.
And sometimes we've also helped scouts come up with some needs that are on some of the different lists for the committees. And if the projects could fit in your timeline, some of the scouts have done things like water bars on trails. They've installed a bike maintenance station at the trailhead. There's been linseed oil application for some of the historic buildings. So there's other options too that can also come to fruition if we find that we're hitting some roadblocks, and I would be happy to work on that with you too.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm hearing that then his next steps then, just to help, he's working with town staff on this. He has PROSTAC email, he has town staff email, he has even some board email, that if you have specific questions, mainly it'd be through town staff for like standards and what to do, but if you had other generic type questions, you can email us in between, if we can respond personally or not, to some of your questions before you come back the next time. Feel free to use all those to your advantage.
Okay,
As long as you don't mind 7 or 8 different emails with totally differing opinions.
Every time.
All right. If you don't like ask dad, ask mom.
Yeah.
Thank you
Thank you very much.
But yeah, we
Thank you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for all your help.
All right. Thank you.
I just have a quick overview, like we go over every year, our weed and pest management program.
Can I just recommend, Jay, you guys can stay and listen to anything you'd like. If you need to get up and go, just do when it's convenient.
Yeah.
You won't be interrupting us, and anything will work.
We won't take offense to it.
People leave us all the time.
Okay.
Really, much of the management program is the same as last year and the prior years. Basically, we follow the integrated pest management program to where before any control action, for weeds, we we see how many weeds are in the area or pests. And then we identify what the type of weed or pest is. Not every type require immediate action. And if it does require action, we do different measures such as organic control. We always try to use more natural methods to control the weeds instead of using pesticides. And we give notices and updated on our website for residents. So if they're curious, what's happened in this park, it's available. You can see all the different dates, what's been applied, where it's been applied. And we try to aerate the areas, prevent, using preventative measures like aeration, adding soil amendments, mulching, that the well-maintained facilities promote healthy grass and landscape. And then the final measure that we'll do is control. We'll do less risky methods such as mowing the weeds before they go to seed, releasing different like gall mites to eat different invasive species, or even hand pulling in areas like our flower beds and things like that. There was one recent change that one of the chemicals that the board was concerned about was changed out to X-Out, which is a new product. And you can see all of the different spec sheets and warnings for any of the chemicals on this page as well. And that's basically the same as we've been managing the invasive species and pests and weeds around town for years.
Have you added any areas or deleted any areas or changed any of the areas that you've done previously, or is it all still the same?
No, it's all still the same except for, when a new park comes online, like Wildflower Park, of course, that was added. If it was just an empty field with native grasses, it was not weeded or flowers were not planted or we didn't have trees there to treat trees or, things like that. So as new development or areas come online, then the map is added to.
I know last year you did a couple of pond scrapings over in the South Rock Creek area. Are you guys doing any of that this year? where you had the backhoes out there and you were cleaning up some algae?
So, actually,
talk to him.
no, yeah, you did. Actually, periodically, ponds get filled with cattails, and those are dug out for drainage and stormwater purposes. Almost every pond will get that. Typically on the north side, like the purple park ponds and those areas is part of our irrigation system. So it's not a naturalized pond system like on the south side of town. So it's just different because stormwater runoff and things like that. If we have a heavier rain, we'll have more algae develop. We do have a vendor, a contractor who maintains all of our ponds in town. And since some of the ponds are more naturalized versus an irrigation circulation system, they're just different because one's natural and one really isn't.
And on the natural ones, you do have the aerator or the bubbler or whatever in some of those?
I want to say that some of the ponds have aeration. I can look at the ponds contract.
Green, and some of them have a little more water on them.
And that's all dependent on, how much rain have we had? How high is the pond? How low is the pond? How much runoff has there been? And so there are changes just because nature.
So does this apply to open space that you're focused on weeds, or just to the green maintained areas?
Really, it could be anywhere. If we have a huge invasive thistle area in an open space, we'll mitigate that area. If also we welcome residents to form contingencies and work with our volunteer coordinator to pull weeds too. So that's been interesting because we've had some residents really interested in that, which was kind of cool.
So if someone was running on the trails in the open space and they came across immense amounts of thistles and things, they should do what?
Well,
take their Roundup with them next time, or what?
We do get calls with target areas, and it also depends again on the rain. When we've had more rain, we have more weeds. So sometimes those areas are in little spots where maybe town staff didn't see it, or it just really popped up quickly. So we always welcome a phone call to our parks staff, and then we can always integrate it into getting it fixed.
So for me, it comes down to more of a weed and pest management, but really it's like the oversight of the parks and green space. And some of the pests would be the mosquitoes or things like that, where stagnant sitting water or may have more pests in it. Is there any time that you spray for animals or anything else?
We do have a mosquito contract, and what happens with that, there's traps all over town, and those are monitored, and depending on what that contractor, they have standards of so many mosquitoes per trap requires a treatment, so that's kind of how that.
Non-maintained.
I don't know. I mean, I wonder if we can.
And just to put on the record, we're still pull first, right? Pull the weeds first, then before spray?
Yes, we always try to do a less aggressive.
Is there any other pests, if we're looking that up, besides mosquitoes that we try to manage? Voles or any other things out there?
We have had voles in the past, and we have treated for those before because, they all tunnel through the sod and the manicured areas. I was just looking for mosquito treatment, and I don't think there.
John, did you have something else too?
It does on the webpage, it shows what chemicals are used for treating mosquitoes.
Right.
So that's all I found on there.
I was just looking for when the application schedule, and I didn't see one, so.
No, I just had an idiotic question, is what's the purpose of the aerators on the ponds that have? I just don't know.
It's for circulation, to keep the water moving.
Well, I pointed out to Allison the other day that all ponds north of Colton are part of the irrigation system, and therefore they're all pretty clean, and they're mowed right down to the edge, and it's pretty, clean water. And then the ones south of Colton, there's a lot of stagnant water with a green algae on the top, and the aerators are there to circulate the water to eliminate the growth over the top, if you will. I don't know, the algae throughout. And so that was one of my questions to Allison a couple weeks ago when we talked about pest management being on the topic of discussion. Because, as she said, more natural versus the constant circulation within the irrigation system. And for me, it comes down to that's how it all links together, where stagnant water sometimes means more bugs and pests, and therefore, how do we maintain that throughout the community and the bubblers, or whatever you want to call them? Because they're not fountains, they're more just kind of keeping the water circulating. But there is various numbers in those ponds and how they're maintained.
And one of the things to point out is we do have a contractor that maintains the ponds, and they work in, they're a biologist, environmental biologist, who makes recommendations for bubbler aerators or treatments, and they monitor all of the ponds in town and make recommendations. And then, sometimes we add an aerator somewhere or treat a pond depending on their findings when they test water and go around town monitoring the ponds.
So, any other questions about pests and weeds? So overall, it really hasn't changed too much, other than the one chemical was removed in the last year, and we continue to monitor it, right?
Yep.
So if anyone asks you about it, we can always go to the website or bring up an issue to the staff, and we can get it addressed, in case you fall into some poison ivy out there on the trail or something. Okay, next, I wrote this down, and we talked about it last year, that PROSTAC had a budget to go to a conference if somebody wanted to go. And I just wrote it down to bring it up and say, I wrote the acronym, and now I can't remember what it was. Colorado Parks Recreation. Yeah. Anyway, there's a conference on October 9th through the 11th. It's just one of those, if somebody were having a ability to go, or we want to go, we have a small budget that we could send someone to the conference. Just want to bring it up. I think, conferences, I end up going to a lot of conferences, and there's always just new ideas and things that we can bring back to the town. And therefore, that's what this is for, if we want to use it. So I don't know if anyone has that ability to even go to it.
Wednesday through Friday.
Oh, there you go. I'm sure there's others, but this one seemed like one of the more prevalent conferences, and I think it's just up in the mountains somewhere.
It's in Vail.
Vail, yeah.
I personally have hoping my boss approves work travel during that same time. But unrelated to that, I would really encourage somebody to go if you could. I cannot on this particular one, but I would encourage. I think it seems like a great idea and good use of funds.
I might have the ability to go based on my changing employment situation right now, but I can't confirm 100% just yet. But I would be interested if my schedule permits.
Okay. Well, like I said, if someone is able to go, if no one else, if you're able to.
Can we set it up so someone can go, and then if Allison can't, someone else can maybe?
We could, Yeah.
Typically, what I do is I would I would purchase the ticket under the person's name and reserve a room under their name. Or the person could do it on their end and I can reimburse them. So there's a couple ways. Sometimes the conferences, you have to sign up for sessions and meal requirements and things like that. So at times I could book the hotel, make sure it's tax exempt for our budget. And the person would sign up for their sessions and what they were interested in doing to reserve spots for different classes that they offer that the person is interested in.
And I think we had talked about just, I can't remember the amount that it was for the conference, but I know we had talked about that there's also, if someone from the committee could go, as well as if we could even send a staff member to get more information for the staff as well. But we can look at that further, but if you can go, I mean, that's great, and you can bring back the information and just provide that as an update in the following subsequent meeting, which would be probably in the November meeting.
November,
if we went
yeah.
to the October meeting.
Yeah, Allison, in the past, has the town sent a staff person from Parks and Rec?
We have gone to CPRA conferences in the past. I don't think I've been to one since the first year I started. But also, our committee members have also gone.
Okay.
So.
I was wondering if you've ever gone before.
Do you have 4 hotel rooms?
We can look at our
No.
budget, what we have left.
Let me say
Or
no.
at least 2.
All right.
Who of us can go if Susan can't go? Can anyone else go?
I could potentially, I'd have to look at schedules.
Wednesday through Friday is difficult for me.
Mm-hmm.
Not even that Friday, but I probably could do Wednesday to Friday. But I would, since I'm gonna be gone that next week, I'd gladly say you should go.
So we have a little bit of time. If you can verify if you can go, Todd, back up or.
I can do
yeah.
backup, yeah.
Okay,
What were the dates?
And then,
the 9th through the 11th.
okay,
Can I just check then, Allison, if a staff person were to go, would that come from our budget or would that be from the town budget? I mean, could the town support it? Or would the town support it?
Typically, we would not use your budget for town staff, I don't think. I mean, I don't remember what happened when I went last time. But as far as myself, I'm not sure if I could go on those dates. We have a family wedding that week.
So right now, my schedule shows that I'm open. I don't think I have anything, so if we reserved one.
Overseas?
Huh? I'm not overseas right now. I'm actually reducing travel. Trying to save money. So if you can't, let me know and I'll see if I can,
Okay,
I can swing it.
okay.
I'll be in Nashville
I haven't traveled since April.
every week.
Well,
All right.
I take that back.
All right, sounds good. So we'll look forward to seeing if you can go.
Yep.
We'll work with Allison and see if we can get one person for sure. That
Okay.
way, at least we get a spot reserved, and if we have to change a name, that's fine.
Okay.
So let's see if we can do that, and I think that'll bring us good insight to the latest trends and things that are going on in the parks system as well,
Mhm.
and how we may be able to apply that to some of our open parcels that are being looked at as development or modification. So I think that's great. Okay, with that, do we roll on to any other on that?
I might say one more thing, looking at the website quickly. A little hard to read, but it looks like you have till September 20th to register for
Okay.
the conference, so you have a little bit of time.
Good. And I'll review the offerings there and the agenda and all that stuff.
Perfect. Okay, so any others? Nope, good.
Nope.
Okay, so discussion of Town 15 vision position paper.
And just to be clear, Town 15 is at the corner of McCaslin and Colton.
Yep.
Allison, did you get copied on on Corbett's little? No?
I can send it to her. I think I look at my send file. Again, I didn't know how many we could send it to, so
Can we do that? Yeah.
Well, the timing's pretty good. We could just have the next committee meeting at the conference.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be presenting at the October 16th, right after you get back.
Second.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess last month we talked about just what our vision was for Town 15 and what we thought of the space. And
I just sent it to you, Allison.
And OSAC had a position paper as well, and therefore Corbett was so nice as to go and do a quick rough first pass.
And to be fair, it was supposed to be the way it was
It's
written
all
was a
good.
position statement, which then we found they had a whole paper on, and now we were trying to expand it a little bit.
For those who aren't here, what's their position?
Open space only.
Basically open space only.
It's not realistic.
But they say in there that if you actually read their paper, they say part of the reason is their purview is open space only, and they have no justification to recommend anything other than open space only as one of their statements.
But they also made a comment, and I can't remember where it was, but I swear it was like, that it's not natural, and therefore even reinstating it to more of a natural sense, which in turn is really still doing something to it. So for me, I think we talked a lot last month about just the potential open space recreational opportunities on there, and whether or not that's a green wide open field, whether it's a new green field, or pickleball or tennis courts or another turf field. There's a lot of opportunities for recreational, and I think that's where Corbett did a quick recap of what we talked about in the last month's meeting. And there's lots of information on here that's still per the OSAC paper. Were you able to find it?
I mean, it's on my computer.
And we can't get it up there, can we?
If we have a thumb drive, I can, or if it had been.
Sorry.
Sent to me.
Ill prepared for this
Yeah.
meeting.
Did it get sent out to all of us or just?
I think
I just sent it out to them two to say, is this what you're looking for?
Okay, got it.
that was
and then I
last,
suggested-
I just wanna
was
make
that
sure I
last night?
No.
Okay, good.
It was Monday night.
Oh, feels like last night. Anyway, I didn't forward it on. I meant to look at it and forward it on to the group, and
It was still more of, is this kind of what we're looking for? What is it going to be?
Allison, wouldn't it be easier just to email to everybody? We all got phones.
Well, can I just clarify, I guess, what are we trying to accomplish? Because it feels like from the last meeting, I remember we talked about a fairly general recommendation, like a fairly broad scope. And then I didn't know this OSAC paper was even happening, so.
We didn't either.
I don't remember when I got the OSAC paper. I looked back through emails and found it. Then I don't want to rewrite the OSAC paper.
No.
I don't think we need to have a page of multi-bullet points. I think we just need to make a statement from a Parks Recreation Open Space committee about what we feel that if somebody were to propose something in this area, here's a statement about what we think should be considered.
Right.
And what a vision would be for some of that space. So no matter what's proposed, there should be a consideration for open space and recreational opportunities of some sort.
So,
Because we're not dictating what they have to put there.
No.
right. So, when I've been looking at this about the last week or so, when I started looking into it, apparently OSAC's paper was from 2018 even, right after, yeah, it was right after the August 2018, they started putting their position paper to say, as OSAC, their position is it should only be used for open space. When we were talking about it last week, it was more of a vision to help guide the town board. Really, the whole premise of this is that there, and I think I try to say this in the very opening statement in the background, essentially that there's very limited open space or very limited space available in the town of Superior, right? It's a 4x4 square area. Most of it is, that's open is privately owned, and they're selling it to developers. There's not much really open space that's not designated as open space today and reserved as open space. And so people are gonna be approaching the town to acquire this, as we saw last August, for commercial gain or whatever reasons. And so we were looking to provide a vision statement rather than a position paper to say, look, to help guide the town as PROSTAC, you know, when people are proposing this thing, we can evaluate every one of them, but in a general principle, we felt, and this is what we talked about, that it really should be used for some kind of cultural, recreational, or open space. And recreational is in the truest sense of the word, to recreate, meaning to enjoy leisurely outside of work. So it doesn't have to be lifting weights or running, or, you know, it could be a library, anything to recreate. And that's kind of what we were trying to say. We think it should be used for the town's purposes, for the person's purposes, for recreation purposes.
So just, I know Allison's almost got it on the screen, right? But I'm just gonna read it quick because it like all the discussion and everything is just really not the whole thing, just the first two paragraphs.
Right.
And the first paragraph is really.
And this is proposed, this is.
Right,
yeah.
and the first paragraph is really all background information. Allison's gonna open it right at the same time, so maybe we can just wait 1 second.
Okay, I can.
But really, the first paragraph is background and the second paragraph is vision. And OSAC had a lot of other qualifying pieces that I don't think necessarily need, but if we want to add any other restrictions or recommendations, I think that's where it would be.
Yeah, OSAC added a bunch of references to strengthen their position.
Can you just zoom in just a little bit?
Sure.
Because all we care about is those first two paragraphs.
But I was just saying, so OSAC had a bunch of references to strengthen their position of why it should be that, and they pointed to different documents out there that the town maintains or that was the town submitted to justify their position.
Just try to keep you on your toes. But really, that first paragraph, and I think Corbett already hit some of it, but I'll just let you read. And is the background the same as OSAC's?
It's similar but different.
Yeah.
Theirs just said, you know, theirs referenced the 2018, but it was all in response to the 2018 period.
Thank you for printing both.
You know, we're like, well, it's not really just in response to that, but that made us think that there's limited opportunity and that this space is going to be highly sought after. So maybe we could offer some guiding principle.
So the second paragraph is really, you know, where we all unanimously agree.
I think we did. Did we say all unanimously? Oh.
Yeah, I think, yeah. I think you nailed it.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, from the last meeting, that's the tone.
This is what you come up with after 2 beers at 1 o'clock in the morning.
There you go.
You're still awake?
And we could include this at the end of our notes and.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
What is footnote 1?
Footnote 1 really just says the word recreate. I didn't want people to get captured in the word recreation to think that it was like a rec center or something like that.
in the truest definition.
Is that from Webster's or what?
Done for enjoyment when one is not working.
We don't have to put that. I just wanted to make sure that's the 2 beers part.
You're not
That was
enjoying
the
yourself
first
when you're
beer.
working.
Well, no, but typically when you say recreation, though, people think, oh, you're looking about a rec center only or this. I'm like, well, no, a library could be recreation. It's a recreation activity. So just wanted to make sure. I didn't know how to clearly state that.
Community-focused, non-commercial uses.
Yeah.
Because I think use is the key word we need to make sure we have in here somewhere. Commercial use versus public use, town use. But overall, I think it's great.
It is interesting to read the OSAC paper because they also recognize the recreation corridor, but they call it the open space corridor.
We call it the PROSTAC corridor.
So reading the bold statement, just a question, is the position that, you know, the entirety of Town 15 shall be reserved for the sole purpose, or, you know, 14 of the 15 acres. I'm just curious here, just,
Well, that leads to a question. What's the 15 acres? Is it all the way from Indiana, or is it just?
Is
from
it
the path?
just from the path,
Or
this?
is it the whole part of Indiana, from Indiana?
Because this is natural drainage and the current path,
I don't think that's 15 acres.
Let's see if I can find it.
I don't remember.
Because
The parcel map.
Oh, look at you.
I've not walked up there, there's no trail along sort of the back of
There's
those
a gravel.
houses, the back side of that.
There's a gravel trail along McCaslin.
Yeah,
Yeah.
paralleling
There's
McCaslin,
a
that's it.
gravel trail along
A
McCaslin.
lot of people cut across that corner, right?
I don't know.
I don't know, I just run on the gravel, especially with rattlesnakes.
The only other time I see people up there is Trails Day, when people are out at Colton and the extra parking is there, and Chili Fest, there's all the parking up there, so there's access off of Colton, right around the trailhead, or not the trailhead, but right at where the trail ties in from Indiana. So, and again, there's kind of like a flat zone up there. Sorry, I keep that. Sorry, I got distracted. Look at that.
Not
So
that I
that's
ever
it.
do this site.
Never been there before, huh?
So that's all
So
the yellow?
that's considered 15 acres? Or is that just,
the town's land.
is it just a term?
15.09.
Okay, thank you.
So that's
That answers a lot.
specifically, that's the yellow area that's highlighted?
Yeah.
Which is, there's your path.
Yep.
So it's that side of the
So
path.
here's the path.
No, the path is the, right up against the little creek, yeah.
It's right in here, right?
Yeah, right
There's a
there.
path
That
here,
follows the creek, yeah.
and that's where the little switchbacks were put in to get you up here, and then the driveway is right here that takes you off into here to park
So you
for
can
Chili
park
Fest.
there.
Specifically, to answer your question, personally, I think that, yeah, with the whole area, we would want to use, it doesn't have to be for one, it could be for part open space, park recreation, whatever, but generally along those guidelines, that whole area is my personal view.
So per
I
what-
agree with that.
Per what Susan mentioned, do we want to state in here something that says non-commercial? Or anything like that, or is that not?
Yeah, I don't have to.
Well, so I thought about that when I was writing it, but if there was a rec center to go in there that was part commercial, would that preclude it, in our mind? Right,
There was a coffee shop.
Right.
so
Just a little food
I
place
didn't
within
use
it,
those
right?
words on purpose, but
Yeah, I understand.
it's a good perspective, because some of the baseball diamonds that are springing up aren't, 100% public use, or public-private partnership of some sort.
Mhm.
That makes sense.
So, yeah, just the support facilities that go along with some of the recreation may have an opportunity for a little shop of some sort.
And things like parking lots would fall under open space recreation.
And I went to the cultural committee aspect, and they were talking about like how we can make the town cohesive, and I know like, farmer's market came up. So, I mean, that space could be used for a lot of different things.
and that would fall under, I think, some of the guys, that would fall under cultural or,
Yeah.
so.
I still like the drive-in theater, but.
I mean, if you really, I think really our position is, in all honesty, is, don't sell it to some commercial venture that the town doesn't really get to enjoy the space in some way, shape, or form, right? It's particularly in terms of being able to recreate in. Don't sell it to a car
Yeah.
dealership, and don't sell it to an apartment
Work on
complex,
it.
and don't sell it to these other things.
So if we look at it, right now, there is a concrete path with a crusher fine path that gets over to what, I haven't been on that far, appears to be the driveway.
Well, there's a path and then there's gravel on the either side of it. There's a concrete path, but it's kind of obscured there.
I was gonna say it all looks the same color. Anyway, but there is no real path along the backside of the houses. I've tried that one before.
I've walked there, but there isn't a real path, believe me.
It's just a little green
Yep.
mowed space to a point, and then it's all just open. And actually, you can kind of see a lot of the flattened zone is right up in here, where the parking usually occurs.
There used to be some asphalt or concrete up there, just sort of going from the road. It looks like
I
there,
don't think so.
at one point in time, was some development there.
It's,
No, I think,
oh,
well, knowing the way the developments go around here, the mass excavation and just the flattening out of the mass
Yeah.
excavation is really, I think, what's there today.
yeah,
And you can
Richmond
see
might have
that-
had equipment up there or something.
Because the creek goes underneath and carries through, and you can see that it's like, the natural native space with the creek bed and the trail, and then the more modified open space.
So did we answer the question that Neil raised then about the entirety of the parcel versus partial parcel? Because I'm in agreement that it should be the whole thing.
So are we unanimous in this thing that he said is?
But we were in the last meeting.
In the last meeting, we were.
We have different people.
But we didn't.
But I wasn't here, so.
Yeah, you weren't unanimous. Well, and also I think that it's written down, where last time we had a discussion,
Yeah.
didn't really have it fully vetted as a statement. So, I mean, I think that this, and then the intent of this is really to just cohesively state what the group is thinking. Because as Neil's, stated, we're really not changing anything on this right now. But depending on what comes forth, that's where we're hoping that there's a discussion about what could potentially go in there based on some of these recommendations by the town committees.
I think the key component here, from my seat, is something's going in there. I don't know when, I don't know where, don't know how, don't know what it's gonna be. So the concept that you put together is good, let's get ahead of the game. I'm not a fan of the word open space in it all, because the reality of it is, that's not gonna be open space. It would be nice, maybe a park is the closest you're gonna get to open space in that area. I don't know, there's lots of other options that people have discussed. But straight from my standpoint, it's either gonna be commercial or it's gonna be recreational. It's not gonna be left like that or cleaned up. As much as a PROSTAC would love it to be, it's just not gonna happen. So I'm all in favor of trying to put something forward like this, so.
Well, my view is that with all the discussion we've had across the street, the buffer zone is always a discussion, and people that have lived there for a certain amount of time, I think that there's ways to develop this space with lots of recreational opportunities, even some potential small commercial opportunities, and still maintain what the neighbors would prefer to be open space or some sort of zone between it, so that it's not like, 10 feet behind their fence, there's a 3-story, commercial building.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we were talking about, and that's kind of what I had in my mind when I said open space, is that it's a maybe natural space is a better term, that you don't have to use the whole thing to recreate, that you could use some of it, leave it as a buffer between whatever you have there and them as a natural space.
Well, and as John pointed out, it'd be great to put a little trail along the backside that's in some native grasses, and then transition to tennis courts, pickleball courts, whatever. There'd be some parking spaces with that, and if you could even get a commercial recreation community center that would tie in with library and other things, I think that's amazing. But is that what we see? Maybe not, but there's opportunities. And for me, as long as it's a recreational, because I don't know, as we've talked, it's that main corridor that really links the entire town.
And we tried to capture that corridor in the verbiage to give the vision.
So, I don't know if we talked about this, I can't remember, we didn't do a motion last time, otherwise we would have typed up something. We just said, we all kind of agreed in this direction.
Yeah, I think the way we said it was, okay, we all kind of meandered about the topic, and I got the action to kind of try to pull some words together. And I waited till the last
You waited
minute.
till, you procrastinated?
Actually, I was out of town. I was in the Boundary Waters, trying to get lost in that land of 1,000 lakes.
So, to me, it seems like at this point, if this is where we are, we can always add to this or modify it, continue the discussion. I know Dan's not here as well tonight, and I can't remember, he wasn't here last month either. So, at this point in time, I think that, it stands as we can put this in the notes as our potential vision. and continue the discussion if Dan wants to discuss it a little further as well.
Neil, is there any urgency in getting some statement from this group?
I don't think so. However, we are going to push for, update the Parks Master Plan for 2020. And this kind of becomes one of the sort of founding anchors to it. As you think about what's left in this town, as we recognize, 4.25 square miles, it's not a lot of open anything. And a lot of the things that were in the old master plan have already been done. We've taken care of that. So if this is the vision for PROSTAC, as we start working through that master plan, I think a lot of it's going to start to shape out in terms of what amenities or where can the amenities go in town. And this is a huge part of that process. And I think it's really important to get this kind of nailed down now. The board did give you and OSAC, PROSTAC and OSAC, a direction, I want to say February or April?
Yeah, I think it was May, wasn't it? May?
It may have been May. It's been a long year. A lot of it.
Every other month.
Yeah, a lot of it is, with the unsolicited bid we had last year, we didn't have anything to backstop. What do our committees want it to look like? So this is really a forcing function to get PROSTAC and OSAC to kind of align or not align, but at least put a stake in the ground of what they'd like to see there. And then I think PROSTAC can use this for the master plan update. I think we're getting a lot of mileage out of this over the next couple of years. I think it's really helpful.
And just so I know, is there a reason that we can't take a vote tonight on this?
No.
I just don't know. I don't know what we'll gain by putting it off, other than more time and more eyes. I don't really have a strong
thoughts?
opinion other than I don't see the point in putting it off. Right? We may want to walk through it a time or two, or wordsmith it, or see if anybody has any issues that we'd like to change. But I feel like we should make a recommendation to the.
The only reason I can think of delaying is because do we want to take it a step further and come budget time, request funds to find out exactly what we can put there, which is going to cost money. I'm not talking about a plan, I'm just talking about what is, if nothing else, can we just get.
Well, can we do both?
Yeah, I don't think this would preclude that. I think it's a great thought, but
Because you'll be adding this based upon our thought process over the last 3 months. We've thought about it for 3 months. Budget's gonna come up in September. We gotta put our recommendations in September. Boom, so there we go.
Ron wasn't here last month.
No, I was not here last month.
We put in recommendations last month.
For the budget, right? And you put budget in for town 15.
Yeah, our budget meetings will be starting here soon.
So then maybe we need to do it now and add to it. That's fine. I thought September was budget, so.
That's when it's finalized in the board, but typically all of our recommendations are in.
Okay.
So
Yeah, I'm all in my.
We can always add to the budget.
So there we go.
I don't have the meeting
You
minutes
answered my
with
own
me.
question.
They're probably on my phone, but last month we discussed from a budget recommendation standpoint, pushing for a master plan or vision document, whatever you want to call that, to really help guide the open parcels that are left and how to utilize those spaces. So this corridor is definitely a part of it, and what we can do for what's left. So it's kind of in there, but it's under different terms, not specifically Town 15, but more what's the vision for what's left of the spaces and how can we make sure that we don't get I think we should put in a pickleball court. Do you know where you want to put one? So, I mean, it's that kind of thing. So we put that in, and I think I don't know, there was 4 things, I think. I'd have to go back and look.
And I think the difference between a vision plan and a position plan, the position plan, the way I read it, the way they wrote it was, we're pretty much unwavering, this is what it is. And a vision plan is more of a guiding principle that, hey, when you're looking at this, you should follow along these types of things that we put in there, right? It's not it can only be this.
And honestly, with this, I feel like there's still flexibility for refinement and specificity of it, because it's fairly vague, but it does allow the understanding of really we're looking for some recreation opportunities here to tie along with the rest of that zone and corridor. Because we can always come back and add to more specific information from here, but this would, as you say, continue pushing that kind of piece along.
I can read the recommendation. It was budget recommendations as follows: vision plan, trail connectivity from town center to Tract H and from Rock Creek to Tract H, including temporary trails, tree replacement and shade enhancements for parks, PROSTAC discretionary budget, trail connectivity south of Colton on McCaslin.
Yeah.
So vision plan was number one.
Vision Plaza was number one, and the trail connectivity was the other one that everyone was pushing for, and how we're getting across from town center to the community. So didn't specify a trail, just that we should put in some funding for a connection. And some of that may be covered if the property connects anyway. So, all right. John, what are you thinking? Anyone, motion, do we want to put a motion forth of what's written? Do we want to look at the exact verbiage? I do like the idea of continuing to push it forward and, continuing to just keep the process going and conveying the information.
Can we ask, of course, if anybody has any problems with the verbiage, if that's something we want to work on?
I don't really have a problem, but just in reading it, I wonder if we could maybe flip the middle sentence in the last one, because just as English person that I am, we're talking about corridor in the end of the first sentence, but then we don't really specify the corridor until later. I wonder if we could just go ahead and put the bold italic stuff at the end.
Or the beginning.
Yeah, or the beginning. Other than that, really, I think it's great.
Well, if we're gonna put a recommendation, do we need to put the background in? Couldn't the recommendation just be the vision with that flip? And this could be part of our notes. It could all be part of our notes. Don't miss, I don't want to not have it in there, but just a quick, simple, this is PROSTAC's recommendation for town.
And then there's more in this document, right? Further down, do we have?
I would
to go
say,
Well, the rest of the
just
stuff,
the top two paragraphs. is
the
what
rest of
we
the stuff in the
wanna
document
cover.
was
That's-
to
I
show
just
examples.
wanted to
of
be
what
clear,
PROSTAC
is all I
did.
wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why
That wasn't
everything
to be
below
included.
here will get cut out.
That wasn't included, that was just what
Just
PROSTAC
what
did,
PROSTAC-
just so we can have an understanding of how different it was.
And if you just want to send me your final document that we talk about now, then that's no problem. I can include it, or we can include it in the final notes.
And we can get rid of that footnote for that.
Oh, we want to keep that footnote.
The footnote is good, but at least you did call out open space as one of the examples, so to me, it does reflect all the possibilities that we wanted to.
Okay, if I heard you right, I move this up. I don't like this mouse at all.
Wow, you messed that up.
It doesn't really matter because, seriously, I just want to delete this paragraph. Who can use a mouse? Because I definitely can't right now. There. Is that right?
Spelling.
Colton is COAL.
You've done that before.
Yeah. I like it.
There you go. Saved.
So I move that we adopt this vision and make a recommendation to the council.
I'll save it for right.
So I think we had a motion.
All right, sorry. I was too busy driving.
Say it again. Motion to.
I move that we accept this vision and forward it to the town council. As written.
I second.
Okay. And conversation on the topic, any discussion?
Discussion on how.
You should do this, sorry. I mean, because I'm good on the parliamentary procedures. Any discussion on the topic? Proposal? No, all that?
Everybody's good with the way I drew it? Speak now or put through a vote? Basically.
It's
Okay.
assumed that it's the entire parcel, right?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Good.
yeah. All right, so vote, all those in favor? And unanimous? unanimous, passes.
It's good because it
All
says
those
unanimous.
opposed,
Dodged one there.
Okay.
I was almost gonna say no just for fun, just to keep it.
I can argue
But
for
I can't vote against it, so there's no way.
And so with that, we're down to updates. Let's just touch base on the park walk. Sounds like,
Well, can we also put in a recommend, I can do anything I want, I can recommend or ask for some money. I see money for
Well,
next year.
yeah, we
You
could
wanna
do
go
that.
that route or not?
Well, I guess the question is, with the recommendation that we put forth last
Is
month,
it gonna
is that
cover our
already gonna?
financials, right?
Yeah. So Ron and I are having a sidebar up here.
Yeah.
Should we ask for more money, or is our last month's recommendation enough to might influence the board to set aside some funds?
Meaning our
Funding.
5 funding,
Just to see what we can do, what are our options? There's no one on this committee who can sit here and say, oh, we could definitely put 3 baseball fields there, we could definitely put 20 pickleball courts there, maybe, I mean, we don't know. That's why we usually go outsource to a consultant, to Shannon, and say, hey, what can we put here?
I
Do
think,
we
I think it's a good idea to ask for,
put it in the budget?
to put it in the budget for more money.
Because we had budget recommendations last month for vision plan, and that vision plan, do we want to put a recommendation in tonight to say, to be more specific in that vision plan, can we also verify and make sure that we have a budget to look at recreation amenities on town? Potential uses.
and I think the vision plan was the Prost master plan was
Yes.
the intention of that, which I think covers all of those
Yes.
amenity potentials
I
and
would hope, but-
connections.
Yeah, my understanding of what you just said is that was designed to kind of look at the town as a whole versus one particular area. But how does this area fit within the context of what is needed and useful for the whole town?
I think it would fall into all the same piece, hopefully.
Yeah, I think this is a valuable exercise right now, just to remind, and we'll remind the board that the master plan is encompassing of Town 15 as well. Because right now, Town 15 doesn't fit in any category. It's kind of that nebulous, what do we want to do with it? But I think the point is really valid. Let's make sure that the master plan addresses what is possible in Town 15.
How did we write that, the master plan again, that recommendation? Vision plan. We said vision plan, and we said
Correct.
for that corridor too, did we specifically
Yeah.
call it out or no?
It's just vision plan. I'm gonna pull up the old Prost plan.
Okay. Well, I guess, as you said though, I mean, we put forth a recommendation last month, whether it was specific or not. I mean, we also put forth a recommendation a couple months ago that, now that I'm thinking about recommendations that we put forth a recommendation like 2 or 3 months ago when the skate park opened that we should finish off the concrete trail. But that wasn't in our budget recommendation last month because we put that forth like 2 months prior. But I don't know if that just kind of rolls up into the recommendations. Because I know that was also an item that was being discussed, that it was part of some other funding potentially, but it was still part of a recommendation. Well, it's an additional one, I think, for the concrete of the trail from 36 to Autry.
So in the old Prost master plan, which I think the group was alluding to for the budget recommendation, it did include the Richmond site, which is the former name of Town 15.
Okay.
When's the last chance for budget recommendations? Like now?
Today.
Well, I mean, the group can always make a budget recommendation at any time of the year, and request budget for different items. Typically, our budget cycle, our requests are complete by this month, but that doesn't mean that you can't make a recommendation that will go to the board and get approved or not.
So staff is working on what that budget numbers actually are, is that true? Or how does that work? Like how big,
Placeholder numbers.
how big a number is this for this master plan or this vision plan?
I don't know off the top of my head, but you're welcome to go to a budget meeting and have that discussion.
I'll save you a seat.
So in the past, we would normally ask your seat here, how much money do you think it would take to get a consultant in to give us recommendations for what we can do there? Yeah, I'm not gonna let it drop, sorry. Sometimes it would be 10, sometimes it would be 15, sometimes it would be 50,000. And I'm not talking about having engagements or anything like, this is just an in-house. We definitely don't want to go to the public saying, hey, we're looking to build a park here. This is more of what can we fit here when the time comes that the board asks us. No idea. They stumped you.
Yeah, not off the top of my head. I'm trying to look and I have maybe, give me a minute.
How much did we budget for Riverbend for the consultant? Wasn't it 50,000?
It was 50K.
It was 50. It was 50, right? It's gonna be less than that.
It was 50 for everything, for both the engagement and the consultant.
Right, exactly.
The consultant was a subset of the 50.
Right.
Oh, I don't know if it was 20 or 30, because I mean, part of that was ground testing in terms of the
Geotech.
spillway, yeah, the geotech.
Yeah. So it breaks down, but I mean, to do a master plan of everything and to really come back with an in-depth, you're gonna have various sit-down sessions that go over kind of what the community's looking for and a little bit more input. Sorry, go ahead. You got something?
Maybe 70 to 80,000.
Well, Patrick did set aside, what, like 750,000 for Riverbend Parking?
Right. But that's for the construction.
We'll use that
So,
placeholder.
I guess, right now, there is a placeholder for a vision. We've asked for that in the recommendations last month. The recommendation from a couple months ago, is that in there as well? For the concrete to the skate park from
I think,
concrete path?
are you talking the east side of the skate park to the Bell Flatirons Trail? Or are you talking the west side of the skate park
To the bridge. Hold on, you hit the mute button over there.
I'm not sure, but there may be.
Budget meeting?
Yes. I'm not sure
Okay.
that part isn't part of a potential GoCo or something,
it
but I
is.
haven't been working on it, so I'm not sure, but I can ask.
Yeah, I think we do owe a follow-up, because I checked with town manager, since we are paving the Honey Creek lot this summer, I mean, as part of the Colton Road overlay, the thought was, it's already, the guys are already mobilized, can we just carve out, a few thousand extra bucks over here, what's that gonna cost? And let me follow up with Manager Magley, see if we've done that.
All right.
And if not, if we can appropriate it this year, great, if not, we'll put on the budget for 2020.
Okay. So, any other discussion, Ron, on
Oh, good, thanks.
funding, or are we good? No? Okay. Just want to make sure.
I missed one.
I tell you, you didn't agenda
move
approval
fast.
at the very beginning. All right, so let's just hit up quickly the park walk and review. Just any comments from earlier in the rain?
John and I walked the park to see where a good access point would be to from crossing Colton to going to the park. And I'm of the opinion that the best access point would be, can I get?
Oh, the mouse is over there.
There's a pointer in the little box.
Yeah, but the mouse is over there and we gotta.
We can stand here and point at you and say, no.
Yeah, there it is.
So you've got Rock Creek Circle right here. Do I need to turn the mic on or anything? Okay.
No, you're good.
And then, so there could be stairs that are going here? No, because of the ditch? And then a bridge over the ditch? I know that there's grading, like there's metal, but if they could, there could be an access, because it seems like the logical access.
Can we bring our little guy? Is there a fence?
There is a fence. There's a fence here and there's a fence here, and then there's the drainage ditch.
Yeah, so
I think that's a FRICO-owned ditch area, and I'm not sure we would be able to do that.
Okay. So logically, that would be best, but logistically, it might not happen.
Is it all gated off with like the beige
Yes,
fence?
yes. Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a FRICO owned area.
Okay.
Okay.
Is that all you walked and looked at?
So I'll just add to that. I mean, it seems super logical. You know, I know that when we've walked over there, we have one kid who heads to a baseball field, and one kid who heads to the park, and it would be super logical, but it is steep. I mean, there's a big hill there. It would be putting in stairs. There are those two metal fences, and there is that drainage ditch. It would take it's, you know, it's not a simple thing, but it would get a lot of use. That's it. And then, we just walked past the baseball fields, walked down and looked at the AstroTurf. My own opinion is that, you know, I love those fields get used all the time. We go over there for some different stuff, and the number of different sports I've seen played on that turf field is just amazing. Just the other night at the movie, right, there was Frisbee and cricket and soccer and football and all at the same time, right? There are kids out there playing all those things, so it was great.
Can you pan up a little bit to see the field? I do have a question. Keep going, like right where all the green grass space out there between the baseball field and the turf field. Do you see any additional trees out there outside of the outfield fence of the baseball, but still allow for shade? I've been out there a few times now in the middle of the day, and you're out on the field for a while, and the first thing you do after a little while is there's one tree where it says Williams Field, and you try to see how many of you can fit underneath that shade structure there, or, you know, the shade of the tree, or up along at the goal between the parking lot and the field. There's a few more trees. There's only a few shade trees, and we understand that you don't want too many trees because they're ball fields and wide open, but in the open spaces around it.
Well, we did, in our budget recommendation, include tree replacement and shade enhancement for parks. And so I guess if the group wanted to identify specific locations or something like that, that could be.
Or recommendations of a location, and somebody else could tell us the ideal place that a tree would maybe work right. Because.
Irrigation, we would have
Yeah,
to do irrigation.
all those other things that were like, yes.
So there is like a picnic structure and.
Right
here.
No, up on the top.
Outside of one of the outfields. That's like a little shed, I think.
That's the shed with, yeah.
But yes.
Right there.
Right there.
Some shade in
There's the
that
shade
triangle
structure.
that you pointed out, I think is a fantastic idea.
So, I mean, and that's where
I'd
I
agree
think
with
some of
that
these
wholeheartedly.
park walks that we can look at and say, you know, I go down there like every other day when I'm in town. And, you know, there's certain, you know, cloudy days are great, but there isn't a lot of shade around this location. And that's one of the things we constantly hear from everyone that comes is, you know, I go to the parks, but I'd love to have more shade. And so, to me, that'd be ideal.
Do we want to reschedule community park for before next meeting and walk through and
Yeah, because
actually put some.
Yeah, because
ideas
we
into
were
where-
talking about Colton and how, like, people just cut across Colton to get to this area and this area.
Well, you know, there's the transportation survey that's out. When was it that we met?
Yeah, so it's going in.
It is going in for sure.
It is going in, you know, sort of to the left of TC Nails. There's going to be a pedestrian bridge or pathway going straight through. Yep.
Bridge, or is it a button?
It's a button. It's a button, not a bridge. I'm sorry. We're talking about bridges over here. So.
Yeah.
It's one of those flashing light buttons that stops traffic.
No, because I think that makes that makes.
Yeah, no, it was-
This makes sense, or
yeah.
this makes sense, but
It was
then this is where cars turn in here, so it doesn't make that much sense.
Yeah, this one was a slam dunk because the rocks, even in the median, people had already been disturbing them because they're walking over there. All the kids going up the turf field.
And they had to pull We had to act quickly because they're working on Colton
already
Road
doing
right
Colton.
now, so it's the time to install it.
And if you look at the work, I was just looking at this morning, they've already carved out where
Okay.
on the south side of Colton, where the pedestrian access is going to be. They've already, adjusted the sidewalk on that side. Yeah.
Can I just request then from staff clarification on this business of the FRICO ditch? Because we've been kind of talking about this as a committee for a while, this extra, access point. And if that's going to be possible, it'd be great to pursue it. But if it's just not, then we should, maybe just quit talking about it.
So, if you're watching the board meetings, for the last 3 or 4 board meetings, we've been constantly working with one of the ditch companies to try to get an easement over by the Anderson property. And, our town council has said what they've asked for is illegal, but that's the best we're going to get. So we've got an agreement that might get thrown up by the courts. But at the end of the day, long story, they own the ditch, and we have to get an easement if we want to pass over it. So what we'll have to do is, if we want to build, say, a pedestrian bridge or something over it, we'll have to get another easement from them. Which is not an insurmountable thing. It's just not very fun. However, I think what PROSTAC is suggesting here makes a tremendous amount of sense in terms of better connections, across an ugly ditch, a pedestrian bridge going over that, getting, the easement from the ditch company to do that, I think would just, make it that much easier and that much safer for, people getting over there.
Mm-hmm.
And, I think it's something that we can ask staff to start looking into.
Okay.
But, I think our town council, puts ditch companies right below God in terms of priority.
Yep.
It's just, they're really difficult to work with in Colorado, so. Yeah, water is life, yeah.
Okay. So, any other discussion about parks? And then the last piece I put on here was just that,
So just to
Chili.
be clear, are we going back next time?
Yeah, I'd recommend we go
yes,
back
I'd
there and
recommend
meet
that.
again.
All
Yep.
right.
Because I think if we go back and walk it, we'd have a little opportunity to look at potential locations and actually put like a little dot type of thing and say, I think there's shade opportunities in these areas, this line of connection and understanding of stairs and et cetera, would be great. Yeah, I'm impressed that you covered that much feet, in the rain.
They were trying to find shade.
Escape from lightning.
Escape from the lightning.
Escape from lightning. Yeah, I had an umbrella and I was like, do not.
All right, the next one is Chili Fest is coming up, and just curiosity about booths and all those type of things.
So one of the big things I would like whoever is going to be attending to know is that potentially Colton Road will be a south side 2-way lane. And so
It's busy, oh my gosh.
we will have our shuttle at Town 15 to bring people back and forth. But if you want to drop off items, you'll want to come before 1:30 in your car and then go in park and take the shuttle back. So that is what we won't have the parking on the north side of Colton like we usually do because of the road work.
Are they looking potentially at doing parking on Rock Creek? I know like when the Superior Morgul's in town, they'll take that down to one lane and make that parking.
Diagonal parking is, we're finalizing the plans for that and hopefully, yes. And also, we'll be sending out a map and all the variations of potential areas that could be parked at for our committees, our board, and our cooks and vendors and judges and various groups that are coming that may have especially items that they'll be bringing in. We'll also be sharing space with other committees as well, like usual.
When is the Chili Fest again?
The 7th, and it's
knew it was
from
coming
2
up
to
before
6
the next
typically are our hours, but you'll want to come earlier to bring any items and get ready for setup.
I still have the stuff from July 4th in my garage.
I also have, oh, I forgot about this. I ordered, well, I didn't order it. I requested a package from GoCo with a new Wilder character. I don't know if you've heard of it, but it's a GoCo push for kids to get outside. And they sent me a big box of posters and tattoos and just some various marketing stuff for this creature, which you could go to their website at GoCo and look at the commercials. So they've been doing a big push for this, get kids outside. And so I did get a big package of stuff that you guys can hand out this year at the booth.
Is it G-O-C-O or K-O?
CO.
Great outdoors punk rocket.
I've already got my my tickets to the other part of that establishment.
So who's gonna be there, I guess?
I can be there for the first half.
I'll be there. That's all I.
Is it a Saturday or something?
It's a Saturday. I know, I gotta check my soccer schedule first.
And there's a 5K in the morning.
Yes.
The Chambers
I'll leave
5K
in
is at
Pleasant View
8
at
a.m.
1:30, so yeah, I'll be there.
And I also talked to Ryan Welch, OSAC chair. I attended their meeting last week, and we just took off all the comments on the map that was used at 4th of July, and I'll just print another iteration. And just use the same map, but no comments.
Yes.
Did you
on
see
it.
the comments that were in there like, hey, maybe we should do this? And
I just printed the most recent map that was given to me.
So that map, and sorry, I wasn't.
I have the board.
You haven't, okay. All right.
The map with the board on it.
And is there any specific thing that we want to try and
I'll bring it up.
glean from that? Really just seeing what amenities people want, what kind of trails, et cetera. Just input.
Did we discuss the Land Rover dealership last month? Do we know where we're at on that? Did we close on Land Rover?
Yes.
Again, Ron, it's not on the look ahead.
Sorry. You asked me, is there anything, because people are gonna be asking about what we're gonna do with that, so.
I can give a quick update.
Sure.
That'd be great.
There's a good spot in the agenda for it. So we just closed on Land Rover. The RFP is going out to some architectural firms on how it could be utilized for, a wide variety of uses: community space, library space, co-working space, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't know that the board has really figured out what the engagement process should look like to start getting input, but we figured let's start with the RFP on what we can do with the building and the space, and then start to kind of go from there. But yeah, I think it closed yesterday or Monday. Yeah. So yeah, we own it.
You know you can do anything.
I haven't driven by to see if there's any Land Rovers still there, because if so, they might be ours.
charge them rent.
I was going to say, you can do whatever you want to the building. It's always a matter of how much you want to spend to rent.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So I think that's, at the end of the day, what we spent on it relative to, future obligations, that's going to kind of bookstop what we want to spend on it to change it.
Okay.
I think Pros is moving over there pretty soon, right?
Well, this one.
Pros staff.
Oh.
They were hiding, our town staff's in 3 buildings right now, between the sports stable, this building, the shack out back. Fire, yeah. So I think pro staff is going to be moving into the Land Rover building pretty quickly. And we've talked about trying to do the First Fridays coffee session with the board at the Land Rover in September. We got to come up with a new name for it, number 1.
Town community space.
Yeah. Green building.
The green building. Okay.
Call it a symbol formerly known as. I'm sorry, as a Prince reference.
Okay. Any other updates that staff has that we forgot about? Allison, any other? Just because we forgot about the Land Rover dealership and.
Not off the top of my head.
Just wanted to check. All right. Anyway, so then we'll roll back to Toll Brothers discussion. And Allison will walk us through that. And then just so that we all understand where we're headed with this, you're showing us the proposal the FDP that they brought forth? And is there anything that we need to provide a recommendation from the group? It seems like if we have any modifications or revisions or a recommendation about how we feel it should move, that is what we should put forth in a recommendation to the board, right? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of process, I think this was at the Planning Commission last night, and once the Planning Commission formally approves it, it'll go to the board. And in the interim, all the feedback we can get from the community about it, I think is going to be really critical. And the way I view it, it's the largest development in Superior since Rock Creek Ranch. This is not small. So.
I just want to be clear, Allison, that this is just a blueprint. Like, the community still has a lot is able to make recommendations and possibly, no.
This is the final, this is what they're going to build.
This is the final development plan. So, they're looking for feedback, and the board will have to grant or not grant any potential variances, which I'm not aware of, but this is their blueprint for how they want to utilize, I think it's 6 or 7 different blocks.
There's a few hundred pages worth of architectural renderings and elevations, size of buildings, everything,
home styles,
floor plans. Yeah. So it's all in there. It's just a question of what is approved and what is not.
We're going to go over all that tonight.
Well,
we're looking at the
I reviewed
parks
it all over the weekend.
space, right?
We're reviewing the FDP and anything from a park recreation open space recommendation that we feel should be potentially adjusted or considered by the board prior to giving them approval to build it. And I would say that in the fact of Anderson was built and is moving forward, but we should have probably pushed harder on remove a place and put a park in one.
That's what I'm asking. Because this is what's out there, but if we have some recommendations of possibly changing this.
Yeah, so let me just give you some background. So a year ago, the town had a FDP for blocks 14 and 15, which are on the left side of that, or the east side. And the town turned it down for a handful of reasons. They exceeded the height requirements, didn't like the layout, didn't orient to the street the way that the FDP or the PD had said that they had to. They just came back to the board last week and we approved it because they completely retooled based on the feedback they received from the board and the community, around, adhering to the PD and just the look and feel and exceeding the height, So this process does work. Some builders will definitely take it back and go and retool based on what they hear from the community. My perspective is, let's take our time, so.
Thank you.
Just to orient everybody, this is Highway 36. This is Tract H. The blue routes in different areas is our trails and open space areas. There's a main open space that runs through the center.
Show that again, please.
This area here, so these squares are where resident homes are.
Single family homes or multi?
Well, there's townhomes and cottages, which is if you look at the narrative portion, it kind of describes how many units and things like that.
Do you have all the attachments? I know they were all in the link of the packet.
Right.
But there is a couple in there that are pretty clean to see. Just from I think it's the architecturals at the first page. It shows blue is the single family cottages, red is like 4-level cottage, townhomes, etc. But you get into, there are so many different kind of how it all lays out.
Right, and I was really into floor plans.
Yeah.
And I can pull that up. I was really just trying to show where the trails and open space areas were, in case the group wanted to see, some of these in the narrative. It described how some of the fronts were front yards that were mutual, and for example, this is a side yard. They have, I think, 25-foot setbacks all along Tract H, and
That can't be going over. Is that what they were talking about in the open comments? The two ladies
Yes,
Yeah.
this is what they were talking about.
Yes. And then, for example,
Everything in blue
where these trails are
This.
open spaces
Purple is
and
this.
park
And
areas.
Single family, the red or single family.
And then this is a large
Two-story.
detention pond. This area is trail. You can kind of see this trail running along here. And then there's all these blue areas with the circles throughout the development are open space areas.
So what's the population going to be in that area?
It's 199 townhomes and 101 single-family homes,
300 houses.
300 houses.
So here's the narrative, that kind of describes all of that, which is the link that I sent the group a couple of weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago maybe. So there's a lot of information.
So the different colored homes that you just pulled up are the different heights.
I know, it's the 4-story compared to the cottage versus the transitional.
Oops.
You said you went to the planning commission last night? How'd this go over with them?
It was hard to read. I don't really know.
Do you have the website? The meeting packet from last night?
The planning commission?
Yeah. The meeting packet from last night has every drawing, and depending on which one you look at, it's really easy to see.
I'm on the town website. Do I need to go like commissioners?
I just went to the.
I'll get there.
Yeah, the email that came out, it was yesterday, wasn't it?
Did that just go
Planning
back to
commission.
residents?
We got it.
Because this is the best page right here.
It went out yesterday.
Is that it? Yeah, that's it.
Okay, which one do you want me to?
The
Open up,
narrative.
keep going down.
I know.
It's landscape. Go to the landscape one.
This one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm on that website. Which one is that? What did you just click on?
So
Landscape
page
part?
2, it'll take a little bit.
Okay.
But that page right there.
I know where everything
Oh,
is
yeah.
on the website most of the time.
But as you can see here, I mean, there was another colored plan that shows everything in these lots. You can,
It's so touchy. Sorry.
don't jump, okay.
Okay, I'll stop.
But like this right here is a single family residence, 2-story. So this is a garage, living room, and, dining, bedroom, whatever, but it's a 2-story, that's a little outdoor nook. But that's the exact same for 101 units.
Yeah.
And it's all these down in this zone in here, because there's some sort of line I saw in one drawing that said that there was a height requirement to be lower here than a higher requirement up there. So they
Right.
utilized the 4-story up on the top. These are transitional units, they call them, but I think it was just the difference between the aesthetic here to transition to the aesthetic there, and the contemporary feel to this cottage feel. So this plan is the landscape plan, but this plan is really good just in the fact that you can see the only amount of green space here. There's a lot of trails in there, but I like to think it's, sorry, am I talking? I do this for a living.
Keep going.
But there's a lot of trails in there, but you can see that it's very similar to, where's Sandy live?
Summit?
The Summit.
No,
Is it the Summit?
what's up there?
On Colton and Rock Creek.
Yeah.
But it's very similar in the fact that you look at it, you have an alley and a roadway. They call it an alley, a promenade. The promenade drive is about 50 feet wide. And I believe if we look on there is sections of what the roadway looks like as well. And how wide it is. But it's essentially like 7 feet of parking, 7 foot of bike lane. Those are my concerns, is the bike lane widths that you're going through these.
Yeah, I had concerns with the bike lane widths, because they're like the minimal.
I had concerns with the bike lane widths because I think they're like basically the minimal, and it's going to be along a two-lane
right
road
here.
with street parking and a bike lane. So the street parking is going to be on one side of the road and the bike lane is going to be on the other side of the road, and cars going in the middle. And
So is Promenade leading into Cold Creek?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, they have two options. There's a,
The ones goes along the highway?
there's this, I mean, this alignment is always the same. And then when it gets here, there's either connect in per the master plan or peel off over here into the backside of Anderson, and an extra $1 million or something, I think they call out in one of the cover letters. But I just wanted to show this page because from a Parks Recreation Trails, this one depicts the green space in shaded color and the trees. But think about it, that this is like you're seeing out there today, this is a tree with a narrow front yard, very narrow front yard. And on the backside of these, this is alleyways that are really just access to the garages around the backside of the space. So you can see it's dense population. And, for me, it really comes into, there was one connection we saw here that gets you over to tract H and onto the existing path. We did look that there's a trail right here that gets you onto the existing path. So there is connectivity to those paths, but once you get within the development, you are on sidewalks that are abutted up to the street. As Sarah pointed out, this is, I can't remember the width of this road, but I swear it's like 60-some feet.
Don't quote me. I thought it was, I don't know. I'm not gonna say.
And I have a quick piece of the narrative as far as the connections. It says connections to the US 36 bikeway occur in two locations. One connection joins the bikeway at the overpass and bisects the site through a series of open spaces. The second connection occurs in the southeast corner of the site near the detention
So
pond.
it's right here.
That's one, yeah.
That's one, but you can see that this trail connected all the way through, and then it connects on here. But if you look at the civil drawings, there's certain parts that say built by others. So exactly where, I believe they built this, but questionable on some of these, just because there's notes in there that say by others, not part of the FDP. And then also, the other thing I thought was really interesting, they show the bike path in here, but if you follow that bike path and you zoom in on the civil plan, there's also a connection right here, and that's down to the promenade, so there's a connection there. It looks like there's also a connection right here. So there's like 3 connections along there. But the other thing hold on, am I on landscape?
But that other bike path that you're just showing right there, that's not the bike path today. That's the stuff
That's in between the bridge and 88th.
that's just right now, there's just essentially a Jeep trail.
Right.
Right.
But I thought there was plans for Dr. Cog or somebody to extend that over, the bike path over to 88 from the bridge.
But you can see here, this is the bridge over the hospital, and the current 36 existing walkway, existing bridge. So this one is the new trail. This one's proposed trail. I'll refer to the civils. In here somewhere, I swear I saw that it said not by or by others.
But I thought that trail there for the bikeway that goes from the bridge all the way down to 88
This one?
was, because, right now the trail goes by the sports stable up to the bridge, over to the hospital. And
Right
then
here it
connects over to
turns.
88th, right?
Goes
But
across.
There's a Jeep trail
jumps
there, but I
back.
thought we've been talking about somebody connecting that from the bridge to 88 along Anderson.
That would be
But
this trail right here.
Yeah, is that Dr. Cog, or what was that was going to potentially put that in? Do you guys remember?
I don't remember any, no, I don't know. That can't do
I remember somebody talking about making a trail alongside there, because I kept thinking, well, we're going to have parallel trails for the bikeway on opposite sides of 36.
it. I remember that, I don't remember his building.
So the key thing I saw is that, that comes along right there, the trail. It's outside their dashed line of property. But it is a proposed multi-use trail. I'll look at the civil drawings here in a minute. But landscaping wise, you can see the open space. This right here is the turn to Promenade and Coal Creek Drive. And I think this squeezes down to 50 feet, and then there's a connection right there to the trail. And then also you can see that there is a sound wall, a 10-foot sound wall, like a stone wall that comes along here, turns, comes to here. And then I think there's a stone wall right there that comes to about there. There's a lot in the drawings if you actually go through and look at them all.
Is there any proposed tot lots or anything to that extent in this area?
There's the green space, that green corridor they're calling Central Park.
This one?
No,
It's up.
Here, hold on.
yeah.
I'll go all the way back to the beginning.
Through the middle.
But it's just kind of walkway with trees?
Yes, it's just walkway with trees, and the aesthetics is going to be to our coal mining history. So like,
It's that one. Oops. Allison, it jumps.
I'm totally joking, but can we tell them to take out some houses and put in 12 pickleball courts?
Sure.
And
As funny as it is, the disturbing part is the original ranch capital design had 78 single-family homes in this area. Now they got 300. That's the problem. And I hope the board that does their research on it.
so
That area right there was literally supposed to be 78 single-family homes. That's it. That's all it was supposed to be.
But isn't
So-
it pretty easy to do the math of the number of acres and homes per acre, and
Well,
it's
there's no
not
yard.
much?
There's very minimal yards, right?
It's 37 acres, so, and
it's 37 acres, and they've deemed 7 of those acres are open space / trails.
So if you have 30 usable acres and you put half-acre homes on it, you get 70 homes.
What demographics are they projecting in this area?
That
Is
they
it-
didn't talk
Is
about.
it going to be similar to the summit, where we expect to have the gamut of new families, middle families, older families, just, what I'm really wondering is if we're putting, we already know we have a problem kind of in the, I won't say River Bend, but over in that Zone 3 area in terms of having parks, right? We know that there's a need there in that area. We know that Anderson, we didn't get a park in the Anderson area. How much are we now contributing to the problem with adding this many more, and that there's still nothing?
this is
I
an
know
interactive
that
discussion.
there is still, the board is still
Trying to find it.
talking about a park for that Zone 3 area. So that has not gone away yet.
Have suggested
It's on
the
the-
end of tract H, and that's another reason why these women
Sure,
were
hold on.
talking about it.
Right.
That they would put in the park, but it's not going to be on their land.
I think it's
And it seems to me that the problem even becomes worse when you don't have yards. When you have almost no yards, and there's gonna be families in there, the kids can't go in a backyard and play. They have to find someplace. They can't play in the street up front because it's parked cars and bicycles and
And it might be a
everything.
major
You can see how much
Yeah.
green is.
So,
This is like, these little maps like this are always interesting to me because you can really see how much green space is really within the space.
Are you able to zoom in on that section at all?
Yeah, I was trying to find that. There is an alternate park, and that was the big question. There's an alternate sketch in there somewhere. I think it was one of the cover pages. After you go through 100 documents, you kind of go, where did it go? But yeah, right now that's, native naturalized landscape along the buffer sound barrier wall, and developed landscape as in manicured in the front.
Did they mention a price point last time?
No. My concern with the trail, it going north-south, and it does connect to downtown, like to the trail system, but it's going north-south, and the town is you know, is east-west so.
So I'm not on the right sketch, but this is the alternate connection, and if you, because this is the Anderson, which is now Lanterns. Is that what it's called?
Lanterns.
Yeah, it's Landon.
Lanterns. But that's the roadway through, and that's what's in the original, and this is the alternate to use that same alignment and peel it off and cut it through the retention pond that they have over in the corner, and then cut it around. But again, that gets outside of their property, and that cuts across the Toll Brothers ditch as well. Or sorry, not Toll Brothers, the Frico ditch.
It's actually
It's
the
the-
East Cove. It's something like that. It's some east detachment. It's not the Franco ditch, but it's same principle. It's a ditch.
So, are we trying to do something or come to some opinion or make
I
some
just wanna-
recommendation or?
I think I just want to make sure everyone understands what it is, number one, because I've looked through, I spent a little bit of time going through the drawings just to understand it. But making sure we understand what it is, and then if there's an opinion of the group about how to move forward or how to recommend something, what are our opinions about density, park access, trail access, et cetera? Because I'm trying to find, there is a cross-section in one of these civil sets.
When is the town going to see this or hear this, or when does it go to the board?
So I'm not sure when it's on the agenda, but I was told to get it on OSAC and PROSTAC's agenda for this month to get our recommendations in. And so OSAC made their recommendations last week, and then we have it on our agenda tonight.
So they're kind of looking for a recommendation from us at this meeting, and not to kind of pull something together for the next meeting. That's where I'm getting at. You know, one thing we could do is say, okay, well, I'll look at this, then we all submit comments, and then we talk about it next meeting, but is it too late?
Sounds like. Let me take a peek if I can figure out when exactly, but I was under the understanding that we wanted to get our recommendations in this month because, you know, when I was given the information to forward to you guys, it felt like it was pretty urgent to put it on our agenda as soon as we could get it done.
The good news was Neil's comment about parcels 14 and 15. That was like a year ago that they put in the adjustments, and now they're finally getting approved. So it's not going to happen tomorrow, but I think your point is well taken. I think we can throw something together tonight.
So just to point out, here's that retaining wall. And we see this on a lot of communities, but that's between 36 and there'd be a bike path right there. If you look, I think here's the roadway sections of Promenade, and you get into that, as we mentioned, that really it's a 50-foot right-of-way, but you have a walkway, like a 5-foot walkway, 8-foot landscape, 7-foot bike lane, travel lane of 10 feet in each direction, and then you get another bike lane. But I don't believe there's ever a section that has 2 bike lanes in it, maybe at the very beginning of Promenade. But then it peels off to parking on one side and a bike lane on the other. This is more of the typical scenario when you go through the development, that on one side of the road, it's a one-way promenade through and then a one-way back through the other way. And that one side has parking, the other side has a bike lane on the road. So this section is just showing you that really the roadway is 24 feet wide with a 7-foot wide parking and a 7-foot wide bike lane and 10 feet of circulation for the cars in the middle.
If you're looking for the home designs, it's 6 and 7, but that's just home designs.
I was looking for the sketch of that park that was also in there.
I'm looking for that too.
I can only go so fast on my phone.
I'm not sure, but it may go before the board next month.
package, which package am I in?
So can we as a committee recommend to the board,
in light of the recent developments and that, that the town has expressed that there's a need for a playground in Zone 3, that the developer puts in a playground?
We can do that. We can do a bunch of stuff, as long as it falls along the park and rec synopsis. We can't say, oh, like my complaint, you can't put it in.
No, it's
So it
just,
would be just simply, the first couple things that crossed my mind is I don't think that this developer is meeting the commitment of connectivity with pets for number one, right at the top. I don't see, maybe you studied it more than I have, but a quick look at it, it just doesn't seem like the connectivity is there for a safe environment.
yeah, that's what I'm agreeing with, is like, you see that north-south, but
Yeah,
what,
exactly.
what you want to do is,
you want to go east-west?
Yeah. And the width he was just showing, and.
Well, and so let me describe what this cross sections that I was trying to show on
Yeah.
that section. This is 50 feet wide, this is a bike lane, and a roadway. So you got 7 feet of bike, 10 in each direction of travel on a car, which is actually pretty tight. Anyway, you get around the corner and right here it becomes a one-way bike lane here, and then that goes all the way out, and then that ties into, that's your kind of our trail map when we always showed that one trail connection. Then you come back and it's a one-way here, so you get parking on the one side and bike lane on the other side, all the way back until you get here, and then you come back out.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Every time you step up on the screen, none of what you say or point at goes on the record. So if you use the mouse and point at stuff, then it goes out on the screen. And if you talk in the mic,
You gotta tell me I can't walk around? Okay.
Make sure the mic's on.
you know, people feel like you're.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry. Get so excited. Anyway, so basically you get a one-way road there, or one-way bike lane on that side and a parking on the other side, all the way up. And then you get it on the way back. And that's a 7-foot circulation for bikes and a 7-foot parking for a car and 10 feet of drive lane in between. So anyway, but that shows you where the bike lane is for that interconnectivity between current Rock Creek and, say, Marshall Road.
Where's the
McCaslin.
cemetery?
Cemetery is right up here. Right up in here. And so all the blue is accessible path, and that's the green space that they were showing on the landscape plan that looked all shaded in there.
So would that, what you're describing, those bike lanes, do we think that that would be the primary way of access from the South Rock Creek or even Zone 3 of Rock Creek when, we've been talking about this, right?
Yes.
How do we get from there to there, even temporary?
Do we have the trail map? It's in a different folder, right?
That's not the connection to the Wiggins that everybody's complaining about, is it?
Sure doesn't look like
I can't step up there and point, but no, the connection to Wiggins is over there,
Okay.
further
So
down.
this is closer to,
So this is way closer to the east side, not the west side.
how far is that path from Anderson Farm?
That roadway goes into the middle of Anderson Farm,
Okay.
right? Because that's the,
Right.
that's,
Promenade, right.
yep, Promenade connects into Coal Creek Drive, right?
So
Coal
that's
Creek
some
Drive.
connection along the fence line between from between Wiggins and the end of Pitkin,
Yes.
right?
Right.
But it's not the one everybody's complaining about. Okay, I'm just curious.
No, that one.
No.
Over to the west one.
Was for the
Yep.
west.
But public comment today was,
Said, hey, maybe you could put something here, it's just another 4-minute walk if you put it here.
right. Really?
No, I'm not 88. I'm on 88.
Oh,
My driveway looks like
That's probably a good thing. That's perfect though, look at that.
That's where you said you were thinking of.
Because that actually shows the original plan in there too.
At the end of Pitkin, we were gonna buy, we put an offer in for the last house on Pitkin, and then my realtor said, you realize something's going here. It's not gonna be open open space. Okay, that was 20 years ago.
So, yeah, just leave it like that.
Yeah, we would
Yep.
have 20 years open space, you're absolutely right. Well, we almost bought up on top of Yarrow when they were just starting to build those. And she
But,
said the same thing.
but if you look at it, this was the original connectivity
That's where you are.
shown, what was that? I think that was in the original proposal for the Superior Town Center. But you can see that their main connectivity was through this one road and up and around. And so they've split that off into one way on one side, one way on the other side. But that's the town, was that Park 5, 4? That's the big square one next to Sports Stable.
I don't think they can hear you in the mic.
No, they can still hear me.
No.
I'm talking.
The big rugby field is,
But we're looking at this zone, building out that zone, and you can see this one trail was the Wiggins, Pitkin and the cul-de-sac.
yeah.
And that's where, you know, we're more in this corner over here. So really, when you look at this connection right here still gets to, from the development, it's on the plan to do that connection to Tract H. And from Tract H, you can still go along in the green space and connect to this connection right here, which is the promenade driveway that they've shown in their RFP or FDP. So that wouldn't connect back through here. It still gets you over here. So from that corner, all bike, pedestrian, walking, jogging trails kind of lead from that corner through. And it's just a question of, most of it's on sidewalk in front of house, not isolated trail.
A sidewalk and part of a road is not my vision of a bike trail. Sorry, that's
No,
my
it's-
point about inhabiting.
It's a bike path, not a bike trail.
It's basically
It's a sidewalk.
A bike lane.
bike lane.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's a bike lane, not a bike path.
But from an overall connectivity of, from the development itself to the perimeter, I think they have that covered for connection to the 36 bikeway. This piece of 36 bikeway continuing on the Superior side, and as well as connectivity to Tract H. How we get through the middle of it is the question. And then, you know, so interconnectivity to the outside is fine. It's what's the density and trails like on the inside. And it is very, I'll say, more urban. It's very similar to what's over there today, where you can start seeing the 4-story buildings and the sidewalk 5 feet in front of sidewalk in front of the building.
So right now, I'm sorry I don't bike over there. How right now would I get from, say, Riverbend to that bike overpass towards
Riverbend? Yeah.
You go
Up Coal Creek Drive.
There's a bunch of little paths around.
You go up 88, you go up 88th, you go,
over and then up the other side of the freeway?
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah,
Or you go to Castle.
It's the
yeah,
the
yeah.
crossing right here.
or you bushwhack. Right, you dirt bike it.
Oh, this is fine. I'll be flipping through drawings all night.
So anything would be better than that, right? Because that's always going to be available to you around any other.
That's the first one.
So it's kind of out of the way. It's kind of out of the way, because you could go down to 88 and then 88. You have to cross 88 to get
There
to
it is.
the sidewalk.
No,
And
you
then
can, so,
is there sidewalk?
so,
It's on right side of 88 has sidewalk, and then you have to cross back over to get to the bike side, yeah. There's no sidewalk on the left side of 88.
Correct.
Right.
over
Left
by
side,
the-
west, you mean west
I
side?
know that 'cause, like, I bike to the Louisville Library with my kids.
You can bike on, the west side has a sidewalk,
Yes.
Yes.
And then you have to cross over at the light.
right?
Or the
Or you do a little off-roading
Cross-
through this
You
to
can
get
stay
through
on
the
both
underpass.
sides, because they'll both take you to the 36 bikeway.
But anyway, that's the bike path right there, bike trail to the bridge across. So we're talking from that bridge to this intersection, not all the way, because Lanterns is doing one piece, and this is the new development in here. So I guess where we're headed is that there is interconnectivity around the sides. It's just a question of green space and trails within the community and density within the community. And from a Parks, Recreation, Open Space Committee, you know, there's also that sketch that I can't seem to find. Which page were we on? Which page is the, I don't know where it went. That one, there you go. So this map shows the blue is accessible sidewalk. The red is bike lane, and that's your main two activities. And tract H is the blue on the bottom, which is more in the natural space with superior open space and trails. And this becomes more of the sidewalk in front of a house type scenario inside, except for this one that meanders through the green space here all the way up and connects to the bridge. So there is a direct connection in the north-south direction, as Sarah said, but most of the trail connection will occur no matter what at the eastern side at Coal Creek Drive and Promenade, and tie into the Tract H bike and then work your way up, or continue through on the roads and on the bike path on the road. So is there a strong opinion of the group on a recommendation that we would give to say?
So I've been taking some notes, and I'll try to put some of these words together. And
Well, let me just, before we go, so my thought process right now is we have to emphasize the trails over the parks, because the fact is, from day one, Ranch Capital told us they weren't putting any parks here. So they said specifically that there was gonna be half-acre lots, 70 homes, 78 homes, whatever. But we only got parks 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Park 4 is this, what I thought was called Central Park. That one right there. 1 and 2 is one is the smaller park behind Tesla, 2 is the big rugby. 3 is supposed to be a park by the cemetery, which they've never figured out what to do with. And then there was a Park 5, which is kind of what they're talking about, but it wasn't on Track H. It was a definitive, it was way at the end.
So 1,
Right,
2.
the end of Track H, right. So
Well, but the original Park 5 was part of Ranch Capital's plan. It wasn't Track H.
So that's where they're willing to put it.
Right.
But I was under the impression yesterday
at the meeting that it was more, not so much their land, more of the other land.
So that's before you start, I just want to throw it out there. I think if we go at them on the park side, we really don't have a lot of footing from the beginning. They never said they were going to have a park there.
I think
we can definitely throw other stuff in there. Saying our strongest verbiage is going to be that this is not PROSTAC's idea of what a path, a trail should look like.
I agree with you, but if you go back to the town's master plan and the comprehensive plan, it clearly states that new development needs to put in.
Right, and that was one of the biggest arguments against downtown Superior Town Center when it was first came up, and the board still voted. So I mean, that was an old board. I don't think there's anybody left. The mayor was. He's still there. But they voted for that plan. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just putting some background.
They voted for no park.
Correct. They voted
Okay.
for the 4 parks that Ranch Capital agreed was part of a $10 million investment on their part for parks.
Okay.
So, but they also told us there was going to be 78 homes and acre lots and
So, but Ranch Capital is different from the Toll Brothers.
I don't know how they all work together. I'm sure Toll Brothers is the developer that Ranch Capital's changed names now. They're not
Okay.
Ranch Capital anymore, so. But that's my, so.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
let me read this, and maybe it kind of answers the mail and all these things, because the way I kind of worded it doesn't really say we need parks, and maybe we want to add that to it, but it does address concerns we have about green space and trail connectivity, bicycle connectivity, and safety, right? So what I kind of gather what we were all saying is something to the effect of, given the proposed density, the limited amount of green space, park space, and yards appears to be inadequate, especially given the lack of recreation space in the current area. We could say in the Lanterns and Zone 3 area, but in the current area that's already there, that it contributes to the problem. Additionally, the proposed trail bicycle connectivity doesn't create a safe corridor for bicycle traffic from Rock Creek to town center. So basically that's what we're trying to say, right? We're trying to say that there's an inadequate amount of green space, park space, period, right? Because there's no yards, that there's already a problem in that area from the Lanterns, and that we don't have a park in the Zone 3, and that the trails connectivity, bicycle connectivity doesn't offer a safe corridor to get from Rock Creek to town center. It's kind of what we're trying to say.
You know, it's good too, because that's what we're saying about how the outside looks decent. It looks like it's okay. They've done what they said they were gonna do to get you to the trailhead, so yeah.
Here's that height restriction piece, and then I think in here, pretty sure it's in this one. There it is. This is what the public comment was about. So I'm gonna.
That's the playground that you just pulled up.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to here just so everyone has a context. Sorry, I'm gonna go back.
Do you know what you clicked on for that?
It's the very top one.
Okay.
So this connection right here comes in, and right here is the tracked H. So this piece right here on the side of the Promenade Drive, whether it's on the alternate right away or the South Coal Creek connection right here. So continuing down now, there's a hand sketch that was tossed in here, but if you look at the hand sketch, how do I zoom into that again? If you look at the hand sketch, they had the heavy black lines is your bike path, tracked H trail, and they connect that around and in, and they had a large play area, 20 by 20 shelter. I can't even read that right there. But, natural play area, signature play. I'm not sure what that says. Ninja play. I think that's what that one says.
That's what I thought, ninja.
But again, it's the park.
I love the map of Superior. Where exactly are they trying to put this?
That's at the very end. Very end of track
Oh,
I'm just trying to get
this
a
one right here?
visual of-
It would be right here as you come across, track H comes in, so that wherever that trail comes in and this roadway comes in,
But it's past the houses.
yes, it'd be on, because it's in their property, not in the, it's not in their property, it's in the 200-foot, it's in the tract H property, and that's why there was public comment about putting a play structure within the tract H property, because that's supposed to be the wildlife corridor, and their comment would be that you're putting it in the wildlife corridor between the tract H greenway and bike path and the retention pond. So it's kind of in that corridor, in the crossing of it. Or that's again, my take on it. Oops, not that one.
This is what I was trying to ask, how much time
I apologize, but I would like, if we have time, for you to go back to the map with the trails that we were looking at.
I'm trying to get back to that one.
All right.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I'm flipping around on a lot of pages. I just wanted to find this because this was the public comment. So anyway, you guys can all look at that additionally. So you want the one with the trails, that's the one I just came off of. That's the civil,
So
this civil one.
the comment was
Page
to
2.
add that stuff that was hand-drawn?
What?
The comment
No, the
was to
comment
add those
was-
things?
No, the comment was to not put anything in the end of track.
I didn't mean the comment tonight, but,
Oh,
I thought you meant public comment relative to.
Their public comment tonight was the fact that that's in a tract H wildlife corridor.
Okay, got
and there
it.
shouldn't be play access in that location. So
Okay.
therefore, they were advocating that, because it's basically putting it right here in the corner, right
Yep.
there.
Going this way.
And that's supposed to be the wildlife corridor.
See, that's where we can have another recommendation, say that's the dumbest place ever to park, because obviously we're not gonna use that verbiage, but
yeah.
we could say we're not in favor of.
So basically you're saying if you were to just push it that much further, you're outside the wildlife corridor
Yep.
and you're in the kind of within their development zone
Yep.
of their FTP.
Their land,
Yeah,
I
it
get
would be
it.
something like PROSTAC thinks that there's a better option for that park rather than disturbing track age.
Yep.
Given the prior commitments that track age had.
Would that be the right location for it over in that corner?
Well, there was supposed to be originally a park right on that corner, right at the turn. There was supposed to be we talked about putting a huge skate park there at one point. Not on the right side, on the left side
And-
on the left side of Coal Creek.
And I think that's the key, is that Anderson or Lanterns, has the development and the roadway through, and there is no park here. There's no park in this wildlife corridor. Can there be a park here? And then that's the distance from there to Zone 3, which is the Riverbend area, but it's still the covers for the Zone 3 that are not right up against that existing park, but don't have another park in the area. This thing here?
I'm totally doing a sidebar, but given that Track H is supposed to be a wildlife corridor, there's like now, because again, like since I've been part of this committee, I'm trying to get out more, and I walk that, and then I bushwhacked my way back home to try to figure out trail
'Cause of the dead
connectivity. Are they going to keep that there? Because I mean, there's like dog posts to get your
What do you
dog.
mean, are they gonna keep, Tract H is built out to here? And then at this point, this is where, if you look at that note right there, I believe it says, like that, this trail is by others.
No, the existing concrete trail that's in Tract H.
Right,
They're going to keep it.
yes, that's the blue line right here. And then
Okay.
we're proposing that as they build out the final connection here, there would be a continuation of that to this connection here, which in turn would actually provide the full connectivity. It's just that the development of that space hasn't been built or touched, and therefore that's why there is no continuation of the trail.
And they're also infringing on the 500-foot setback. It's supposed to be 500, right? From Rock Creek Ranch to Superior Town, it's supposed to be a 500-foot setback, not 250.
I don't know that.
That's, Track H was originally 5. When this whole thing started, we discussed putting soccer fields in Track H, but it got wiped out immediately because there's a contract between Rock Creek and the town. Can't change it. So that's why that looks, I don't know if that's close or not. But. Remember that? We're on with that? We're talking about.
Here's what I
Again,
found out.
another total sidebar. Are we, with the parameters, can we do like a recommendation for, again, more connectivity is at the end of Pitkin? At the end of Pitkin, there's also, there's.
You can recommend anything you want.
Okay.
Well, I mean, the way it worked, you propose it, we talk about it, second it, and then talk about it, and then vote yes or no.
Because at the end of Pitkin, there's opportunities for connectivity, and then back behind Pitkin, there's opportunity for connectivity. I mean, I think we're all very, very excited about this new town center. We would all like to get to it.
Well, that's why yours is good, because there is no, his original thought process here, which we haven't proposed yet, but we're gonna, is like, the big problem with this is we can't get the town center. That's the number one problem from a park and rec and trail standpoint. The second thing is we also got a park in a place there that's supposed to be a park.
Well, that's,
Even though we desperately.
but let's describe that, though. That's a alternate sketch, that if you look at the drawings, it's never in the drawings. It's an alternate sketch to provide a park, which I think may have been to cover the whole Zone 3 request to have a park, and can we integrate a park somewhere? They put a sketch of let's put a park here.
But not on our land.
Which means we don't.
But the fact is that, yeah, they put it in there as I'm sure it's a token to say, here, you guys wanted to ask a park, here's a park.
Here's how you could put a park in if you wanted it while we are.
But that handwritten, that was part of the documents they gave the planning commission.
That was like the cover think it was the cover page. It was the cover document. It was the first one of the attachment list.
With the park and track gauge?
Yeah, it's the cover memo
Okay.
for this packet had like a 40-page write-up, and that was in that cover memo. Because these are all the actual drawings.
Was the cover memo from town staff or from? Because I know.
I'll show you. It was that one right there, cover memo. I don't know. I just click on links.
I still have a question back on that other map when we get back there. Oh,
Just, oh man, you went an early night, didn't you?
I know,
Yeah.
it sounds very short.
I have an early morning flight.
I just want supper.
Okay, so this was
No, I haven't
in
eaten since 10 this morning.
our cover memo to the board about this project.
So I don't know. I couldn't find it anywhere else.
Yeah.
So staff put that together? Is that where that came from?
Typically, a cover memo is presented by, well, it's worked on by several people. I mean, the information is collected from whoever is applying to present. And then I think in this case, this was presented by our
Oh, Steve, okay.
town planning and building manager. And so this is his cover memo to the planning commission regarding this FDP.
So that's where the park was.
Because, I mean, if you look at that, go back up. Like, all these are just snippets. Keep going to that diagram right there. Because that talks about the right-of-ways and sections and stuff. Because that's in the civil drawings that we were just looking at.
So he's probably
See, he's taking
taken
little
all of this
snips out of-
information to present to planning of all the different aspects
He's
of
given
this
a
design.
summary
He's
of what
given you a
was
summary
in
overview.
the FDP as a presentation and say, go read more details if you need it.
And so
There it is
in
right there.
this, there should be a narrative. Here, read that.
Staff has provided the park design to the left.
It says staff.
Clarify the general size and amenities desired for this area. They say provide a park off of the Promenade Drive. It's a staff. Either way, that's where the public comment was coming from. So we need to continue moving forward. You have a question about trails or something. I need to get back to that other map somehow. I don't know. We wanted the overview with the roadway map. How come I can't go back? Oh, you opened it in a new window.
in a new tab.
She's sneaky like that.
It might be easier than, reopening tabs. See when it's civil, page 2. That one.
so I think we talked a lot about trails on the two of the sides of the triangle, but what are the trails coming out this way?
This right here?
Yeah.
Well, it's all built. There's the park right there, and that is the bike trail. And then really, I mean, once you get in here, those appear to be sidewalk. I don't know if I'd call them trails, I'd call them.
Red's the official bike path.
Yes, that's the red is this one.
Path.
It's the sidewalk.
That's the on-road bike
That's
path.
the on-road.
On-road.
So it's a bike lane,
Yeah, bike lane, there we
Is it gonna be striped?
go. I was,
dashed.
Is it gonna be the green dashing the whole way?
Are people actually going to go one way on that?
Because as soon as I get to this point right here, it's on an existing road, and is that the bike path dashed on the road today?
let's go look.
That's a good
I'd say
question. If it's a
no.
one-way bike lane, are
To
people
here.
really gonna go one way on it, if that's the only one on that road?
Yeah.
It's a one-way to there, and then at this point, if you stay right-hand orientation, then you come back around here, and this is a one-way bike path this way to here.
Explain that to an 8-year-old on a bike.
The reality of that seems like bikes on sidewalks. Seems like bikes on sidewalks or bikes going both ways on the road.
Right.
Against traffic.
Well, in the narrative that I was kind of skimming it while you were going back and forth, and it does talk about how I think it was the town that came back to them and said, you need to split it because there just isn't enough space for a two-way bike path.
Because the roadway right away
Yeah.
is only
It's too
24
narrow.
feet. 34 feet, sorry. It's 50 foot out to out and then 34 feet of concrete.
And I didn't hear it if you guys discussed it or not, but that connection through the middle is a 10-foot wide.
Oh.
Which connection? This
The
path?
connection where, yes.
Yes. The blue are typically 10-foot paths,
So do you think that's
at least bike paths.
a path, or is it got some green stuff on either side of it, or?
Yeah, that looks like a legitimate.
There was green in the
path.
picture.
Yeah.
Not all the way up because you can see what the house is up, but there was green.
Yeah, the other slide.
Where those blue areas are, the way I understood it, were green spaces, and to where townhomes would face the front doors of one another, and it would be a trail and a green area in the front.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull up, just because I'm on a roll here.
That cut where you zoomed way in on it, it showed all the green spaces in front of areas.
Thank you for answering my question.
We got there. This isn't my piece to present, I'm just helping. So, one other thing I found while we were looking through drawings here. This is the warm and fuzzy stuff that you get at the very, very end of all the documents. Ready? Ready, ready? No, no, it's gotta be getting close. Here we go.
Wait for it. Wait.
It's toward the end. Scroll it. There it is. All right. So as you get to the end, they start showing railroad tracks and different types of things that you can do on the trail for just, giving that character.
Well, to pay homage to the coal mines.
Yeah.
Different mining timbers. This is a potential infrastructure mail kiosk. Boulder sculptural park. So I'm not sure where that is. I didn't find that. But here's the roadway. There's your bike lane, the 2-lane traffic and parking. But again, that's 34 feet. And then the sidewalk. There's the 1-lane, one-way traffic. And then here's the green space park that they're looking in the middle, and the houses around it.
It's interesting though, because that looks way bigger than what the. Look, you could have some green space. Wait a minute.
Anyone that does a good.
Is that a fisheye camera?
Yeah.
That's a bike path. The one that goes from here to there is a bike path. Because the Central Park path.
I was saying that picture right there is a walking. It's pretty narrow.
And that one right in the center now, where is that on the map?
It's right here.
Okay.
So there's another green space between the buildings with another interconnectivity.
Those are those frontages I was just talking about, that pass through it, that
Right.
occur in a bunch of different spots.
And here is, this would be 36, and there's the sound wall. So they're just outside of that connection across and the connectivity into the community and then back out to 36. And this one looks like this is coming off of the Tract H back into the community.
Okay.
And here's the single families, the cottages, Tract H, the green space, and then the 4-story townhomes that are back in here. So more of that bigger picture view. And this one's way back. So I guess that'd be Promenade right there in Tract H.
So the park would be right up there at that corner.
Park would be right there at that car. So anyway, had to get you some warm and fuzzies. I found some.
Thank you.
But anyway, that's toward the end of the document if anyone else wants to look at that further.
I think overall what you said, Corbett, is good.
Can we hear that again now that we've seen all these?
I'll see if I can.
Done.
Before you go, I'd be tempted to have some words like, you know, this layout stands out like a sore thumb compared to the rest of Superior, right? I mean, it's the amount of open space or park space is just blatantly obvious that it's completely different in a new paradigm, or however you want to phrase it. But, you know, I think we should, at the very least, have a sentence sort of condemnation for not enough parks and open space. It probably won't change anything, but it doesn't mean that we can't recognize it. And I think we should recognize it explicitly. That's all I got.
It's tight. Try to jam pack everybody in. What do you call that? Mini New York.
It feels very urban for sure.
So let's do the first one, which is the trails.
Okay, so I had it as the second piece, but the proposed trail bike connectivity doesn't create a safe corridor for bicycle traffic from Rock Creek to Town Center.
Do we want to be specific in what we would expect to change? So what would be safe?
Yeah, when we say safe, do we mean separate from roadway? Because I think they would come back and say, well, there's a bike lane right there, so.
I think the only thing I'd say is that the on-road bike path appears narrow and a single direction. I mean, just hear me out, but it seems like it's more of the on-road single lane or single directional bike path.
Unidirectional.
You know, it's like, can you get a multi-directional bike path? But that would change the right of way on the road.
And it's a
Make
step
it
down
wider.
in functionality from the rest of Superior.
Yeah. Especially if you're tying into South Coal Creek and it's 60-some feet wide.
So you were saying the one road, single direction or unidirectional bike path lane.
I would say lane.
What?
Lane.
Yeah, but
Bike lane,
It's not a path.
Doesn't.
one-way bike lane. I mean, we're trying to talk about the trail from the southeast corner to the northwest corner, right?
Yeah.
And saying that the functionality appears to be tight and does not allow for two-way traffic.
So I know in a lot of these things, we've kind of put, because we could,
We could line
we
item
we
so
could
many
make,
different
we could
things.
make this a paper if we really wanted to, all right?
Mhm.
In some cases, what I've seen us do before is we put a little bit more generic of a statement saying, here's two areas of concerns, you know, that they don't, this doesn't offer enough green space and it doesn't offer enough bike connectivity or safe bike connectivity. But then what we've done, we supplemented that by presenting at the board itself, right? So they could say, well, this is exactly what the conversation we have. It's this, and this with it, but it's hard to, unless we're gonna write a paper, capture all that.
Well, even if we don't want to write it down, what is it that we think it should be? Should it be like that Central Park thing going from the north, west to the southeast through there? Is something like that required, or what do we want?
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
if we say this isn't good enough, I think we do need to say what is good enough.
Yeah, that connection from Pitkin, or whatever we call it, we can straight through an effort that was made to put in a little bit of green space, whether, obviously there's problems with it, but just getting to the bridge, they need to have something closer to that, as far as the safety concept goes.
Right.
They did.
I
I'll
get-
take it offline.
I guess my one question is, what are we gonna change in this development that hasn't already been approved in the one to the west? Because I'm connecting from South Cold Creek Drive to, what is that, promenade continuation?
Yeah.
That's already built out there. And do we have bike lane connectivity? Did we already miss it in the original? And how do we make sure that there's still
Well, in the
connectivity east to
original,
west?
You've got the creek, you've got the bike paths around the creek.
No, I'm just saying, like right there, just to the left of where this development, everything in dark is one development, everything to the left is already built. So if I'm getting to the park over there, is that my major connection that I'm looking for? A high traffic, two-way bike lane to the park, and then from the park, it goes wherever it was?
All right, I see what you're saying.
Because I mean, I'm gonna tell them to make it a two-lane bike
We
lane,
could
but
make it this
then,
grandiose thing, but you're going, if
I still don't
you're
get
going
the-
Get to the end and it
Are you
is
going from
right.
8 lanes into a 1-lane road and causing traffic backup, right?
Yeah.
right. So for me, the interconnectivity of the bike path, the paths around the outside is great. The bike path through the middle has good connectivity from whatever tract H access point through the community and to the 36
Bikeway.
corridor connector. It's from the east to the west,
Right.
it's an on-road connection, and
Well,
I don't know what else we can do about that other than to say, I'd love to see a wider right-of-way,
I mean, I think.
but I still connect to
I think the
Right.
concern is that we don't think, that we know that people are gonna use that to go from Rock Creek to Town Center via that bike lane. The way they have it proposed, it doesn't look like it's a safe design, to add that connectivity that people are gonna use because it's a one-way bike lane and two-way road that it's gonna get two-way use in the bike lane, and it's gonna force people into the road. I mean, much like social trails are there, it's almost gonna be impossible to enforce a unidirectional bike lane, and it's gonna force people into the road in front of cars.
Sure seems like it will.
I was just trying to visualize it, even if they took the promenade outside and not down Coal Creek, and the Coal Creek ended like it's supposed to, once they get off the Coal Creek, there's no cars technically between Anderson Farm
Mhm.
and the promenade. How do they get us from promenade area to downtown safely? The way this thing's designed, there's no option, other than putting them on roads, as you say. So even with both options, even if they were to close Coal Creek off and just run promenade, there's still no option. There's no openness, there's nothing. So I don't know how when you ask what's the solution is I'd throw it back on the developer. You gotta come up with a safer solution.
Not
for this,
have
'cause
so
the
many
whole
tunnels.
concept is, we don't want people driving from Rock Creek to downtown. We want them walking and riding a bike. This is not doing that.
Right.
I don't think I'd let my 8-year-old or 10-year-old kid drive down
No
that
way.
road. No way.
That'd be crazy.
And this is all tentative, correct? Because like, we don't even know if we're gonna have a road through Lantern at this point.
There's a road through to the northern side.
As of right now.
We
Is
just
that
don't know
from,
if
is
it
that from
connects.
88th or is that from,
No, it's Coal Creek.
it is Coal Creek, okay.
But there's supposed to be a house at the end of it, so there's no connectivity. There's no road going through Lantern.
There is a
As of
road
right now.
goes to the north side. The road could potentially become a park, or it can tie into the road that's in this development
Or they
plan.
can run the promenade around it or whatever.
Right.
Whatever they are. This is a long way, as Neil said when he left, this is a long way away, but, so. The nice part about this town is there's gonna be a lot of people at the meeting when they discuss this.
Oh, yeah.
Because this is not,
They're not afraid to not speak.
yeah, we found that out at Riverbend. So.
We found it out.
Those townhouses are going up right now, like.
Yeah, but those are everything that's on the left.
Those were approved months ago, or years ago.
Right,
So it took them years to get to it, so.
okay. But like, to his point, it's all gonna funnel into that, and then it's like, where does it go from there? Like,
Right.
the master plan, I'm a huge believer of a master plan.
Right.
Once you understand the master plan, and hence the connectivity to the south is still through the lanterns. That's the original master plan. Anyway,
The original master plan doesn't have a road going through
The point is, I think if you look at even our trail map, the little inset piece that's on there always showed one connectivity through this roadway to the other roadway, all the way to Marshall, to the bridge, right?
I think the simple answer to your question is, it has to be wider. It's as simple as that.
So,
You're right, we
I
can
mean,
go through this.
our simple answer here is, can the bike path on the roadway be wider to accommodate a more comfortable riding situation?
Can the roadway be
And
wider?
safer.
Right. I mean, that's the simple answer for bike
I would love like
paths.
a green, I would love an X, right, like one, or a plus sign, I would like a plus sign of green. That would be ideal, but.
And technically, they have an X because the greenway goes up and to the right and the 2 bike lanes cross to the left. So you kind of have it, but the
I would
2
like
are
an
on
X
the
of
road.
greenway though, I would like,
Right?
yes, of greenway, but I'm still I'm learning the ropes of this.
We're finalizing here. I would say our only recommendation would be, can we widen the right of way and the bike path on the roadway for safety and comfort of width? I mean, something like that.
So basically, PROSTAC believes that connectivity between Rock Creek and downtown Superior is in this diagram is ineffective due to the fact that it's not wide enough, it's not sitting. There are safety concerns due to the width.
Well, is it just width, or is it separating, the bike lane
PROSTAC
from the street?
Yeah.
We recommend widening the right of way and potentially separating
Well,
or
we
isolating the bike.
have like a 5-foot sidewalk, 8 feet of green space, and then 7 feet of bike trail. Why can't that become somehow green space towards the road and the bike next to the walking
A
trail?
wider sidewalk.
Yeah, a wider sidewalk.
It's
that
more
could
like a
accommodate both.
combined sidewalk / trail.
Because then you'd have,
Then you're,
then you'd have 12 feet plus, and you wouldn't need to make it any wider. Something like that would at least get you off the road.
What about what's going up towards El Dorado now when you're going up Indiana? You know how they changed
It's
it
the
over the
double wide.
years to make it like a double wide sidewalk so that there would be a bike section and a walking section?
And going back to your comment about, we just need to give them the simple basics, is it needs to be wider.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, is that kind of what you guys are visualizing? Is that would be,
Yeah,
if
it's
there
just-
was room for that, would that be adequate?
I'm just looking at how do we get the bikes off the road?
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So up there, everything is off the road, pedestrians and bikes.
Yeah.
so the simple answer is, can we make a wider or detached bike multi-use trail along
Thank you.
in the Promenade Drive?
Safe.
Safe, yeah,
The key,
safety.
we have to have safety, because
Yeah.
that's like a red flag for what's safety.
Safety, yeah.
People like that.
Because then if you had that separate from the road, then you would send your 8-year-old
For safe
down there.
travel, we feel that you should, that
So how do we put
I'm gonna send my 8-year-old on the bike on the sidewalk. and
I don't know.
I'll,
I've got so many chicken scratches here.
How do
I'll
we
like
do
it.
somebody walking out of their house.
So,
Yeah.
As to your question of how I think we learned last meeting, we tell Corbett it can't be done.
All right, so that's bike trails. Any other green space comments that we want to make within this? I know Ron has a few.
so the comment that I had read before, which I think we should say something to this effect, is that, given the proposed density, the limited amount of green space, park space, and yard space appears inadequate, especially given the lack of recreation space in the Lanterns and Zone 3 Rock Creek area today.
That's good. Unanimously, we like it.
Do you strenuously object?
Somebody write it down.
Yeah, can you
I
say
have
that
it- I have it
again?
written down.
Yeah.
So, I can read it again.
Read it again because I don't know how else I'm gonna get.
Given the proposed density, the limited amount of green space, park space, and yard space appears inadequate, especially given the lack of recreation space. In the Lanterns and Zone 3 of Rock Creek. If we want to redefine Zone 3, we can today.
Okay, thank you.
Or even just adjoining superior communities or
Yeah, I
adjoining
don't-
superior neighborhoods or whatever.
That last piece, we need to.
I don't really want to tie to zone 3 because then they're like, well, I'm solving
Yeah,
some
I
other
mean-
problem versus providing a good community solution in my property.
Yep.
That last piece.
Scratch that for the adjoining.
Neighborhoods.
Adjoining
Adjoining
neighborhoods, yeah.
neighborhoods. There you go.
Okay, I think we got this then.
Okay, so.
Between that and the bicycle stuff, I
How'd you
think we're
get?
good.
What'd you get? What does it sound
I'd
like?
love to know the percentage of green
Um,
space.
Because we're gonna, someone's gonna propose this right now, get this done.
Okay,
So we're, standard.
so do we want to have
I don't
that
know,
part
it's small.
first and then
So
the
you'll do
bicycle
that-
part?
do the
Okay.
green-
That's not 30%.
Given the proposed density of the
Wait, is
development,
this the proposal that we're voting on?
sorry, I'm just trying to read my chicken scratches first. Given the proposed density of the development, the limited amount of green space, park space, and yard space appears inadequate, especially given the lack of recreational space in adjoining superior neighborhoods.
So basically, PROSTAC feels.
Yeah,
You start off with.
Or PROSTAC recommends.
PROSTAC.
I don't think you recommend, we just feel. They asked us our
Believes.
opinion, all right? They just want our opinion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't even know that I love appears. I would just say the PROSTAC committee, believe, I lost the words I was thinking of, but we need to state it as fact, right? I mean, it's our
Deems.
opinion that this is true.
PROSTAC feels that.
yeah,
Well, typically, the committees make a recommendation to the board. So,
Right.
I mean, if the group wanted to say PROSTAC recommends, that would be fine
Sidewalk?
also.
explore additional,
PROSTAC recommends the
Two lanes of
green
traffic,
space be evaluated,
Parking or bike
blah,
lane.
blah, blah.
You want another piece of paper? You're right.
Green space.
I got it, no, I got it. I can write on here too. This is going to be my page 5.
So this is,
34 foot.
Yeah, so we want to switch it over to PROSTAC recommend.
10
Recommends
foot,
additional
10 foot, 7 foot.
green space.
so that's to here.
So what's left out of that? 16?
Given the blah, blah.
That's 8. That's 8.
Does that make sense?
Yeah,
And then I think the sidewalk is outside.
Yeah.
assessment or whatever, okay.
So that's right.
And then the
So
bicycle
that's fine,
thing.
8 feet, and then that's fine, yeah.
PROSTAC recommends.
Because it's a 50-foot right of way.
Yeah.
And I don't think that includes the sidewalk. So that's your utility right of way through the background.
Okay, so we have that, okay.
Mhm.
I guess,
Recommends widening the right-of-way and we tried so many different tags on this
right
one.
of way is really maybe not the right
I'm
thing.
sorry, I have
Integrating
a laptop, I'll just type
Mhm.
it.
Thank you.
I don't know why I wasn't thinking of that.
Do we want to say widening the right of way or combining the bike path with the sidewalk
the
for
multi-use,
multi-use?
I
It's
think.
simple, it's not wide, though. You have to make it wider.
Just say it's wider.
It needs to
Okay.
be much
Recommends
wider.
widening.
PROSTAC has a safety concern and recommends widening the right of way for a multi-use trail.
Wait, PROSTAC has a safety concern.
Regarding the bicycle, the proposed bicycle, separate bicycle lanes that are proposed bicycle,
Regarding the bicycle lanes.
single direction bicycle lanes.
Bicycle lanes, okay?
And recommends
Widening.
a wider or detached multi-use trail.
To allow.
Yeah.
And, yep, a wider
Or detached
detached
multi-use trail.
trail, okay?
And then I had in here from Promenade, or is it to Promenade?
Two, I would say.
Why can't we just say from Rock, well, that's not Rock Creek, I guess.
On the southeast.
What we're trying to, the concept is to provide safe passage along Promenade.
Along
To-
Yeah.
Downtown center.
To allow safe
Yeah.
passage along promenade.
Does that make sense? To
Yeah.
provide safe passage to. Said safe twice. Get the-
Yep. Try to use the word to.
Town center.
This is the most I've ever heard you speak. I mean,
This is part of this discussion.
like that, yep.
Okay, what's the next one?
PROSTAC believes that, given the proposed density of the development,
Proposed density?
there is a limited amount of green space, park space, and yard space.
PROSTAC believes, given the proposed density of the development, sorry.
Comma, there is a limited amount of green space, park space, and yard space.
Not there, the limited is
Oh.
inadequate.
Oh, I thought when we added PROSTAC believes, whatever. Deems inadequate. Deems the limited blah, blah, blah space is inadequate, especially given the lack of recreational space in adjoining neighborhoods.
Well,
I would just skip that part.
I would say take out the especially since.
Oh,
Because that
okay.
ties it, just me personally says,
I agree.
you're
with
tying
you.
my problem to something else in
Yeah.
your community
Okay.
that has nothing to
PROSTAC
do with it.
believes, given the proposed density of the development, there is a limited amount of park space, green space, and lawn space.
Right.
It's contributing to an existing problem. Do you want to say that at all?
No.
I think,
So
I mean,
then-
basically, we're saying, can you provide additional green space within here? What is the percentage of hardscape to landscape in here? And then, if you look at their landscape drawings, it's like 10% or less.
Right.
You know?
You could add that to this, the PROSTAC.
Yeah, so the end,
Believes that there's not enough.
yeah, the conclusion is PROSTAC recommends additional green space given this assessment.
PROSTAC what?
PROSTAC recommends additional green space given this assessment. Or based on this opinion or whatever.
Is increasing?
Additional green space.
Okay, recommends additional.
Do we want to say anything specific to a park?
Within the development, how about that? Green space within the development?
Sure.
Yeah.
So like, track H, you've got all that green space, and like, that's, okay, within the development.
Yeah, thank you. That's good to clarify.
Okay, so PROSTAC believes, given the proposed density of the development, there's a limited amount of park space, green space, and lawn space. PROSTAC recommends additional green space within the development.
Instead
Yes.
of saying there is a limited amount, which we know, we want to say it's too limited, or something of that nature.
Yeah, you want to say too small, but the word's not coming to me. Inadequate.
Yeah, you had inadequate before.
Inadequate,
The-
minimal,
Right, so the way it was originally worded was given the proposed density, the amount of green space, park space, and open space is inadequate.
okay,
Yeah.
So
inadequate. Okay.
Anything else?
Do we need to say
Yeah,
any?
about covers park, PROSTAC.
so do we need to make a motion to be this recommendation?
You want to do it separate or in one?
I think it's, well,
I think it's one.
Let's just do it as one.
But I want to ask one quick question, though.
Do as one.
I agree.
Okay.
Quick question,
we've got
though.
5 minutes.
Do we need to say anything specific to this proposed park that they would put on track H?
No, because
No, that was staff.
Oh,
It came from staff, that didn't come.
okay.
Lot 16 through 24? I'm just saving it.
Okay.
I'm just gonna call it.
Sounds right. I think it's definitely 16. I don't know what the end one is though.
Okay, can you read back what we have?
PROSTAC has a safety concern regarding the proposed single direction bike lanes and recommends a wider or detached multi-use trail to provide safe passage along Promenade to Town Center. 1. PROSTAC believes, given the proposed density of the development, the amount of park space, green space, and lawn space is inadequate. PROSTAC recommends additional green space within the development.
16 through 22.
Perfect.
I motion
Okay.
that we adopt the language just read for our recommendation to the board.
Okay.
I'll second the motion.
All right. Any discussion? I'm working on my. Okay.
If none,
All right. So moving to all those in favor. Aye. Unanimous. unanimous, all opposed, nay, none. And with that,
Yeah. If you could send it to me, because I've got all these other notes.
Okay.
Do you need my individual email?
No, I got it.
I think we've covered everything and then some. Anything else from anyone? See you on September 7th at Chili Fest. Adjourned.
If you see
We're
me
done.
stumbling, point me up the hill on your arrow.